No, I'm just not wearing a top officially.
If you kind of squint your eyes, I can kind of pretend you're wearing a top.
Welcome to everybody. Hope you're having a great day. Welcome, Carly Shepherd. Carly Shepherd. That's cool. Hope you're well. Hello, Mexico. You've been processing the wild dream this morning. It unraveled deep astral healing around Ram CCA ritual abuse. Wow. Yes. MK Ultra. And Mexico. Big love. So sorry I'm late today. I'm sweating like I'm not going to say that word because it's not nice for ladies to hear people sweating like that. But I'm sweating a lot. They say that in England. They say sweating like a rapist, which isn't a funny term. I don't even know why I've got that saying stuck in my head. I spent too much time in London. But yeah, otherwise having a great day. I hope you're all having a good start. We've got an awesome threesome here to get the show on the road. It's going to be an exciting discussion today because I think it's close to our hearts. We probably all have a very special place in our hearts for nature, for the astral plane, because nature puts us in touch with those very subtle parts of ourselves, the subtle parts of the consciousness field. So without any further ado, let's go around the table in the order that everybody got here in. Cosmic was here. Cosmic Prankster, for those of you that don't know, and most of you probably do know, but for the newbies, Cosmic is a modern-day channeler like John Dee. He has a connection with the Fae. The Fae talk to him. The Fae talk through him. The Fae teach him, and he's been channeling a system of occult correspondences, magic, if you will, a language, a way of looking at the cosmology and the cosmogony behind the descendants of this universe that we live in. He's an interesting guy. He's got a lot of background, a lot of different occult theories and ideas and practice. So yeah, welcome to Dear Cosmic. We've also got our dear Indy Sage here. He's primarily working with the shadow work at this phase of his life. He helps people integrate those unconscious parts of themselves that have been repressed and suppressed. There is also a cosmologist and a cosmogonist in his own right, been studying different traditions, philosophies, different mystical paths. Shamanism is very close to his heart. Nature is very close to his heart. He loves trees. It's something we both got. In fact, my logo is going to be a tree. When I've got my logo, it's going to be a tree. You're going to see it. It's the Bush Whisperer logo. It's coming. Still haven't got it. Holding thumbs, whichever one I'm holding them all like this. And so, yeah, Indy Sage is another one of those interesting students as well, very much immersed in various different forms of occults, like deep in the Taoism, the Chinese form of occult therapeutics and alchemy, Western alchemy. And just what a wonderful threesome we've got you. I'm the Bush Whisperer. I'm the local shaman here in Cape Town, Southern Tip, Simonstown, and background in Western occults and Eastern occults practice. And yeah, we've got an interesting story, the secret language of birds and the dance of the butterfly. Came up with that one when I was on the mountain listening to the secret language of birds. And I was teaching my son. I was like, listen, can't you hear the secret language? My boy was like, he's 8. He's like, what are they saying, Dad? But without any further ado, I'd love to give these two wonderful gents an opportunity to say a few words about themselves and introduce themselves. Do please jump right in.
Yeah, like Bush Whisperer said, I am a channeler of the Fae, and they've kind of taught me a lot about not just extra-dimensional metaphysics, but they also teach me a lot about nature and some of the more subtle aspects and dimensions of it. So they should have a lot of insight for this conversation. Moving on to Indy.
All right, Cosmic. Glad to be here today. Thanks for the great introduction, Franklin, as always. And I love this discussion. This is one of the 5 aspects of my life endeavors, about what my great work that I've been working on for a couple of decades now. So it'd be great to share some of my ideas on this and hear some great ideas from other folks to bring into my own repertoire. And I just want to mention, I was just recently this morning learning about the Shabaka stone that was recently discovered. It's a tablet that tells about Ptah's creation of the world. And it said on the stone that he found a lost tablet that had been damaged of the ancient gods and their word, and he restored their ancient word. And so that's the interesting discovery that was recently made. For those of you who don't know, Ptah was the creation god of the Egyptian pantheon, and it said that he created the world on his tongue, in his heart through thought, and I believe that we thought through our heart, and then on his tongue by speaking the world, and then the world came into creation. So that has a lot of ties in with Genesis and stuff. It's a pretty interesting find, but we're going to go into a lot more than that. And I've been working on trying to trace our languages back to the language of the birds, and so far I've been able to trace things back to the Agarthian language, Vitanian, and the Atlantean language, which seems very close to the Basque alphabet, and which has a lot of tie-ins with the Berber linear B language, I believe it is, and the Minoan language, linear A. So I believe it's the mother language of those three. That's Atlantean language. And as far as the language of the birds, it said that before the Tower of Babel, we all spoke one language. And so it should be known that before the Sumerian text became turned into lines and arrows, as it appears to archaeologists now, and especially in the mainstream, it was pictographic. And so if you look back at all these different languages, they start off as pictographic languages that seem to have 5 components. An artistic aspect, it's a picture. An allegoric aspect, it's got a story to that picture, usually associated with a god and a tail or a star or some kind of figure or an aspect of nature. And it's got like a principle to the story. And then we also have a phonetic aspect to each letter, and a numerical aspect and a musical note that's associated with each of the letters of the ancient proto-alphabet. So we'll probably go into a little bit of that as well. And that's just some of the highlights of my work that I've been focused on, but there's a lot more to it. So let's get this discussion going. And thanks to everybody in the chat for being here. And I see Bernadine's read on some Ptah. Absolutely fascinating. Ptah is very interesting to me. A lot of resonance with Ptah.
That's very interesting. And what was the name you said right at the beginning?
The Shabaka stone.
Shabaka stone. Okay. Sounds like a lovely little rabbit hole. Well, it'll be an exciting journey. We'll have to all make a note of the Shabaka stone and take a little journey down that avenue of memory lane. Welcome to Carly and Bernadine and Mexico, and the rest of you chilling in the chat zone, just watching, listening, waiting for your opportunity to jump in, express yourselves. Please feel free and feel welcome to be a part of this conversation. It's an open forum. We don't shoot people down. We tend to be interested in different perspectives because there's always some kind of a jewel hidden in every idea. Whatever the jewel is, whatever the idea is, there's something in it. Welcome, Neil. Hope you're good. Hope you're all having a great day. Namaste to the crew. And that Shabaska stone sounds like Shaba. Something interesting about those syllables, isn't there? Shabaska. To me, it speaks about fire and emotions. Shaba sounds like another word for astral. Shaba. Like they got the Shabbat.
The Jungle Stone bass MC, Shabba D, was familiar with the Shabba stone. The Shabba D and Skibba D.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Famous MCs. R.I.P. Skibba D.
Well, we can deep dive, start straight into the secret language of birds and the dance of the butterfly. And sort of where I started with this idea was, what got me thinking about this as a topic was I am always transfixed by birds, by the sounds that they make. And we've got these beautiful birds. I've been noticing this one bird. Actually, it was an omen. I was walking down the mountain on Thursday morning. And on Thursday morning, this bird flew right over my path, like almost in my face. But it's like these tiny little birds. They're about that big, but they got a big tail like that. It's like a streamer. They're quite a funky little guy. Don't know what kind of bird it is. And this bird almost flew into me, and I was like, wow, that's an omen, you know? And it sort of made me think about that tail that it leaves behind it. And I thought it's almost like a comet, you know? Like a comet tail. Like it flies and it leaves a bit of itself behind as it moves forward. And that little dog's starting to like wind me up. He's moaning. He moaned to come in, and now he's moaning to go out. So now he's going to learn patience. Because like otherwise, if you become his doorman and butler, he'll moan to go out, then he'll moan to come in. So he's got to wait like 10 minutes. That way he realizes. It's like my little boys like that too. If you do too much for them all the time, then they start becoming like, excuse me, sir, where's my butler? But so yeah, this bird almost flew into me, and he flew right past my face. And I thought like, wow, what a beautiful bird. Because I'm always watching the way these guys fly with these huge streamers. Like when I say a long tail, I mean the tail is about it's maybe the tail's about that long. So the bird's that big, right? And then the tail is that long behind them. It's a funny looking bird. Like they just got this huge long tail. It's like this huge curvy feather. And they make this most interesting sound that you can hear from any bird. And like, I'm always listening to these birds, you know, all around, and they're always talking. And I'm always like, if you really listen, they're actually talking to you. They're actually telling you things. It's like a little news broadcaster on a branch saying, oi, check it out. This is what's going on. Cosmic heavens is shifting. The energy is doing this, the vibrations. So because of the shift, you can expect X, Y, Z. And they speak like in an emotional tone. And so I started giving my son the sermon about bird speak. And, you know, I like to stop and give him a little talk every once in a while and say, well, what do you think the birds are saying? Like, let's talk about this. Have you really listened? Can you feel with your heart what they're saying? Because it's not here. It's here. It's how does that talk that they're saying make you feel? And if you can backwards engineer your feelings, you're going to have a pretty good idea of what they're actually saying, because they're talking to your instinct, to your feelings, to your desires, your emotions, your passions, to the subtle parts of who you are, the part that's largely unconscious, which animals just automatically click into. And so that's what inspired this thought. And then, of course, there's so many butterflies around. And I noticed that the butterflies are flying, and that there's some correlation between the wind, the flight of the butterfly, and the song of the birds. And I'm like, holy crap, who's choreographing this show? Right? There's definitely a choreographer here, because like this can't all be so perfect. You know, have you ever tried, and imagine getting a lot of dancers on a stage and you're trying to get them all to dance in the same tune as the music, but to have the lights changing in accordance with the music. You know, it's like all these little coordination factors, not an easy thing to do if you've ever been in any kind of a production. Even a video production, you'll realize it's tricky to like, I did a video production once, and it took us like, I don't know, it took us like a month of filming 12 hours a day to do like 5 minutes of footage. But that was for an art production. So this got me thinking. I mean, I think that we've forgotten how we are essentially connected to all of nature, and how the astral plane is really a reflection within us of what's happening around us, and how the birds seem to be the most vocal of all the creatures on earth. Nobody communicates as much as a bird. And then you start thinking about the particular tones of their language. And that's quite interesting, because there is no animal that has so sweet a voice as a bird, right? There are a lot of animals that make beautiful sounds, but birds are unanimously, and everybody agrees, that the sounds of birds' little tweeties is actually really a pretty sound. Prettier than, you know, Have you heard the penguins where I live? Have you seen the videos? They sound like donkeys. They are so cute to look at, but when they open their mouths, you're like, okay, we're done with that. I love donkeys, but I don't like listening to them. So yeah, this got me sort of inspired, and I think this is one of those interesting points, like where we don't realize how much of our DNA is shared with nature. And I thought that's probably a good place to start. What do you guys think? Like, how much of us is actually in animals? How much of animals is actually in us? And how do we take this for granted? And how do we forget that? Do we share like 70%, 80% of our DNA with primates? Is that right?
I think it's more than that, actually.
Yeah, let's say
Like
we
in
share
the 90% or more, like 98, something like 98% or something like that.
Yeah, they
It's
say
really
like
close.
90% of our genetics with a banana and like 98% with apes or something. But you know, we
Yeah.
have to acknowledge that like we have a very different setup of like chromosomes and genes to them and the rest of like nature, really, because humans have about 20,000 genes and 46 chromosomes. Everything else has 48 chromosomes, especially the primates and other higher mammals. And somehow we lost 2 chromosomes. But chromosome number 2 has double chromosome material in it. So it seems like we were somewhat of a mutation. In the story of the gods, it said that we were created first not to be able to reproduce, and then they made amendments so that we were then able to reproduce. And so maybe that explains chromosome number 2. Now, as to whether that was from genetic engineering or advanced breeding and like breeding elixirs and magical workings, it's to be said. But you know, to say that there was genetic engineering in the ancient past may be somewhat of a modern translation bias, but you have to keep open mind to it. It's definitely a possibility that we're repeating cycles of the past. Advanced technology that rose and fell may be rising again. And so maybe some people have found some lost tablets of these ancient technologies and brought them back. But we don't see too much evidence of that yet. But there is some stuff where there's bicycles in the ancient past, and so that could be something. That's something we've seen evidence of.
I think one of the fascinating things about nature in regards to Bush Whisperer's question is that every animal, and I think even every plant too, it's like has some kind of symbolic representation of psychology, of personality. Like so many animals embody aspects of our personality because it's like everybody has different, favorite animals that they resonate with. So I kind of like look at humanity as kind of like if you took all the animals on Earth and you combine them into one singular organism, they would make us. I don't know, that's something I've been kind of thinking about. Like we're kind of like the amalgamation of nature, because if you think about a human being, we have the ability to use our imagination to close our eyes, visualize, and we can pretend and that's what makes us unique among other animals, is we can visualize ourselves as being any other plant or animal that exists. We're kind of like the mind of nature in a way.
Yeah, it's interesting. We like mimic other animals a lot too and things and speak with their words through like onomatopoeia.
Yeah, this is very interesting, and I think I was wrong. I think it's birds. I think we share up to 70% of our DNA with birds. Excuse me. I know, and like I didn't even know this. I'm just actually looking this up now, and it's quite a head trip. We share between 20 and 60% of the genes that we have with plants.
Wow.
How's that for a head trip? Plants.
Nice.
We have genetic vibrating resonant frequencies, codes vibrating in our bodies that are resonating on the same frequencies as plants. Between 20 and 60% of the vibratory frequencies of plants are the same as humans. And birds, I think it's between 60 and 70%. I know chickens, they say, is 60% and more. Some birds are even closer to humans. For example, I wouldn't be surprised if the crow is closer to the human because of the extreme intelligence of a crow compared to a chicken, right? Like chickens are sweet and cute, but crows, I mean, the word crowbar comes from a crow, right? They invented these levers. And they build these little levers out of sticks. They get a stick with a thing on it, with a little edge on it, so that they can hold it carefully, and they use it as a lever to lever out grubs and worms out of holes in trees and stuff. Like really a clever bird. So this is something for us to think about. Like I suppose we want to look at what DNA is. We've been taught that DNA are static codes, writing. But if we observe the DNA, it's essentially a toric field. Would that sit well with you to consider DNA as a toric field? As two spinning things that are bound in a toric field, and they're spinning around the vertices of a toric field. And so we see these spins. And so it looks like a double helix, which is basically an expanding toric field, contracting toric field, expanding toric field, contracting, because we like to draw it as two-dimensional little worms, but we got to realize it's not two-dimensional, it's three-dimensional. So it's actually going out, in, out, in, out, in. So it's like as if these frequencies are moving across toric fields, and across one pole of the toric field they're going out, across the other pole of the toric field they're coming in. Out, in, out, in. So it's a very interesting thing if we look at what DNA is, and that it's frequency. It's essentially a vibratory frequency. And so these frequencies set a base tone so the consciousness can align the other frequencies, the hormonal frequencies, to be in phase with the DNA frequencies. And when the hormonal frequencies are in phase with the DNA frequencies, then there starts to be an organic compound, a space, a cymatic shape within which the molecules can take form. And they obviously take the form as reflected by the DNA. So we think of it as being just a code that's written down and it's copied and it's made here, instead of as a vibrational field that causes a sympathetic harmonic vibrational field in the hormonal system that is a reflection of the DNA, which then creates a cymatic resonant field in which molecules know where to grow. So how does the DNA shape molecules? I think it's through acoustics. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think so too. And the toroidal shape I think you're talking about, to me, applies a lot to the energetic components that we really don't see with our instrumentation of observation right now. But I would think that there's a toroidal field, maybe several components of it, like where the RNA is combining to create the DNA. I would think there'd be a major toroidal field there where it's coming into development. And then I would think on each gene, on each link of the DNA, there's a separate toroidal field that links up with the other toroidal fields as well. And so there's like a harmonics that go on with that whole thing. It's like a chain of harmonics that creates a overall, sound or frequency that comes from it, I would think.
Namaste, my cherry. Namaste, know thy enemy. I hope you guys are well. Hope you guys are thriving. Hope you guys are surviving, doing better, and smiling. Gosh, it's hot here. Excuse me pulling what I call an Indie Sage. I'm pulling an Indie Sage, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice.
The sweat's been pouring out of me.
Hot day, yeah. It's cool necklace, yeah. Are those Buddhist canning beads?
Yeah, man, these are my babies. This is my Moldavite that I've attached to the end of my. This is a Kanti. So this is a Kanti. This is not for japping with. This is 33 beads.
Okay.
Right? Representing the 33 nodes in the spine. And the other one is a japa mala, which is a half mala, 54 bead, which I have to do 2 cycles with, one way and the other way, in order to make 108. Just because it's more convenient to have a 54 bead. And I love these big beads because because I love the feel of them. So, I mean, I've got others as well, but this is the one that I've had the longest, and it was given to me in a very special time. So it's got a lot of.
I have a thing for the big beasts too. I think there's something very tribal and shamanic about it to me.
Yeah, and you feel them on your body, and you feel the weight of them, and it's like it reminds you of something that you've dedicated yourself to, in a sense. It's good to sometimes feel the weight of our choices and our what's the word? Our contracts, right? We make contracts with ourselves and contracts with the universe. Like, what am I about? Am I going to hurt that little ant because it's in my way? Or am I going to recognize that little ant's part of this cosmic cycle of life? Or do you just get a fly swatter because the flies are annoying? Or do you go, you know what? I'll burn frankincense. There's two ways of dealing with flies, They don't like frankincense, which is great. But yeah, brother.
I'm putting frankincense, essential oils on my knee and my knuckles and stuff. It feels so good. Have you ever done that before? It tingles and it feels like heavenly. It's incredible.
Yeah, man. I'm an essential oil. I just actually made a big batch of essential oils for both myself and my missus. And she's gonna come get hers tomorrow. And so like I've made like a liter.
It treats so many things. It treats anxiety, digestive issues, joint pain and problems, and arthritis. So helpful.
What do your joints sometimes get sore?
Yeah, I have a reoccurring knee injury that has been recovering from like a major spill.
How long ago did you get hurt?
It's been a couple of years.
Because what opens up the system is black pepper essence.
Yeah, pepperine.
Yeah, so if you get black pepper, essential oil, and frankincense, and something that's anti-swelling as well, something that soothes, like my girlfriend loves ylang ylang. Ylang ylangs, like obviously it soothes the liver as well.
Okay.
But I would say like also if you can get a bit of sandalwood oil, those would act as good sort of lubricators for that. But then you want to put it into a base oil, right? Have you thought about this? Castor oil.
Yeah, we've been trying to get our hands on some of that.
Yeah, you get yourself a cold pressed castor oil, and you make a compress. This is what you do. You make a compress of castor oil, just pure castor oil, right? And you get a gauze, and it's full of castor oil. You put a load on, and then you wrap that up with bandage, and then you wrap that up with plastic so that it can't go in your bed. And then you get a hot water bottle. You with me?
Yeah.
2 hot water bottles, and you sandwich your knee between the hot water bottles, and you get into bed. And what will happen is it will cause all of the castor oil to get absorbed, and that's anti-swelling. And it will get absorbed wholesale into that. It's actually really, really good for that kind of thing. Try it. You could put a bit of black pepper essence into it.
You spray it onto the area, and then you put a hot water bottle in between.
No, you take a rag and you dip it into a bowl of castor oil.
Okay.
And it's full of castor oil, and you wrap it around your leg so that it's smeared full of oil. And then you take a little bandage, you wrap it around that, and then you take something that's waterproof. And you wrap it up with something that's waterproof.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't go all over your bed.
Right.
So you can have bandage and wrap it up, or even just like old T-shirts that you no longer can use because they're getting damaged, and tear them up, and then you put a plastic over top of that so it's not in contact with your skin, and you'll be shocked at how you wake up in the morning. And try it.
Cool.
Castor oil is magic.
Might have to do that for sure.
Man.
Yeah.
So yeah, where were we? We were on talking about about this DNA and how much shared DNA we have. And I love your description of the different chromosome pairs,
Yeah.
creating a toric field. And that toric field is probably connecting the pair of chromosomes.
Oh, I like that.
So this one's connected to that one. So what do? They create a toric field between them, like a figure of 8. Yeah? So these two interacting toric fields of each chromosome would create a figure of 8. And so if we look at it, we see these figures of 8 going up and down and up and down and up and down. Interesting concept of the way that they've drawn it. It seems to speak about that sort of in a very direct way. So yeah, I always think of DNA as resonant vibrating frequencies, and just how much of that is vibrating on a level of telepathy. And so we notice birds are really interesting, right? Like when it comes to the astral planes, if there's beings around and energies around you, you will usually find feathers. What are your guys' thoughts on this? Finding feathers, like people finding feathers in their home when they're having spiritual experiences.
Yeah, there's an ancient Taoist proverb that we carry earth on our backs, but we don't realize or know why. And we fail to pick up a feather, although it's good luck. I'm paraphrasing that quote, but I'm going to get the full quote on it.
What are your thoughts, Cosmic, on feathers and the vibrational frequencies of feathers?
I don't know if I really have much thoughts on that at the moment. It's not something I really think about all that much in terms of feathers. I think what I'm kind of interested in, because you talk about the language of the birds. I've always been interested in going to like little streams or little like creeks of water out in the woods where there's a lot of like little rocks and stuff, where it's not really a river, but it's like if I listen very carefully, I can hear music in the water, with every little tiny little bubble is like a little different tone that vibrates. And I think that there's some kind of like communicatory aspect of water and earth as well. I think we shouldn't just limit the idea of language and communication to, like birds and even plants, but I think we can go even further into sort of the basic mineral kingdom has a sort of language of its own. And you think about caves or different how water drops. That's something I was really fascinated when I make music and compositions. It's just sort of like that primordial melodic aspect of water and nature. Because I think one thing that I think about when it comes to music is that we're trained to think of music as sounding a very specific way. So we don't necessarily recognize it as easily in nature unless it's something like, birds, which are a lot more explicitly melodic and pretty sounding. But I think one of the things that I've always been fascinated about when it comes to music is finding music in things that are not intentionally musical, and finding melody where other people can't hear it, and finding strange and different harmonies. And I think what you kind of are able to see the sort of the language and music in all things, you can kind of start to recognize that, everything is essentially alive and everything is essentially an organism. But as for the feathers thing, it's not something I've actually I've thought about all that much. And with DNA, I feel like I'd like to research DNA more to get a better understanding of it before I kind of, formulate it in my kind of occult point of view. Because like it's not something I've actually taken a lot of time and looked into, but maybe I should.
Yeah, the reason I this, and what you're saying is so true. And I listen to water. I can go and sit and listen to the sea for like long. My little boy is like, Dad, what are you doing? I'm listening to the sea. Listen, it's talking, And like you say, there's music, there's hidden music in the movement of water, the wind, the way the wind massages the leaves. It creates that echo effect that you can hear. Like there's a subtle music in that even. In fact, if you really get into it, you can dance. You can feel the wind moving through the trees. You can get into the tree dance and you start flowing like a tree in the wind. But so I'm totally on board with what you're saying about that. The thing that I think birds hear in a similar range of audio frequency to humans. Some of them can go like right down to 1 hertz, and some of them can go up to like 28,000 hertz. I think we are between 20 and 20,000 hertz, the human ear. So the frequency is similar, but birds are a lot more sensitive to tone. So the bird's ability to tell one tone apart from another tone is greater than the human's ability to tell tones apart. And the bird's ability to pick up rhythm in the tone, I think, is greater than the human's ability to pick up rhythm in the tone. So a human listening to the water might, like you say, often miss that there's a subtle tone dance and a fluctuation of the rhythms, where if you really get into it, you go, hold on, this is like musical. But to most people, it just goes right past. I think birds are picking up even more of the music of nature. So that's my impression. Because birds are so much, I think they're the most vocal creature on earth. So we can hear the bubbling brook. We can hear the wind. We can hear the language of the wind and we can hear the language of the water. But we can only hear little bits of it, like fragments of song. I get the impression that the birds can hear the whole song. And the song that we can't, parts of the song that we can't hear in nature, in the elements, the birds sing it to us. So if we really listen to what the birds are telling us, they're like translating the music of the water. Does that make sense the way I'm explaining it? I hope I'm.
No, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I love that. That's beautiful.
Am I with you guys?
Absolutely.
Are we on track?
I think so. I feel like the birds are either singing.
Can you hear me? Is it Indy that's frozen or is it me that's frozen?
Your image was frozen for a minute on my side. What about you, Cosmic? Did you see his image?
Yeah,
freeze?
I was seeing
Am I with you
Shaman's
guys?
image was also frozen, but the audio was okay.
That's good. Yeah, but no, I feel like they could be a combination of that. They're singing the sounds that our ear doesn't hear, but also in that song they could be also singing about the brilliance of nature and its messages. I feel like in those songs they speak of, and you'll notice that they kind of sing a little tune up and down and then repeat. I see a lot of that in the bird songs. And I feel like what they're kind of singing along at is like, we go through life and we have these struggles, and then there's the reward and the grace and the greatness and the beauty. And they're singing about like, notice the beauty, enjoy the good times. And I feel like that's in their songs to a degree when they make that repeat of the high note. And there's probably also a lot of wisdom in their speech they've passed down through many generations, whether that's to us hard to decipher because it's not analytical thought, it's more probably emotional representations that they're feeling and sharing that have been passed down. So it's like the beauty of a song really captures people, and I think women really appreciate the fact that there's music in the world, because in their minds, like knowing about facts and compartmentalized information is not as stimulating as things that are also emotionally stimulating as well, because songs have a lot to them. There's information being transmitted and beautiful poetry in the song and amazing melodies and bass lines that have been crafted by these artists and very carefully. But at the end of the day, the song carries with it a feeling, as well. And so it's either uplifting or it's meant to bring somebody into a state of aggression, maybe if it's like heavy metal or something. So I feel like we can really understand the power of a song. But if we could only understand the songs with the birds better, and what are they singing? What does it represent? There's so much mystery to it. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I agree. There's so much to it. And it seemed like my connection wasn't the problem. It seems like StreamYard wasn't working for me. Very strange. I thought it was my connection. It must be to do with StreamYard servers, where they're located.
Yeah.
Because I thought it was my connection. And then I was testing my connection. It still wasn't working. I switched internet connections. It was still a bit weird. And I've actually observed that before. So I think my issues with StreamYard, very interesting. I've never ever had that issue with Zoom. There must be more Zoom servers all over the world,
Makes sense.
if that makes sense, because it's a much bigger company. So that's something for me to think about when I look at that. But yeah, what you're saying, I think, is so on point, and it sort of dovetails with what I was saying about. And I don't know if you guys heard me. Let me know if I'm repeating myself. But the birds are hearing the vibrations of the rivers, of the wind, and they are like picking up these vibrations and the music, and they're translating it to us because they are the most vocal creatures on earth. And they are able to replicate the music that they hear in the elements, in the flowing water and the wind, through their songs. And so birds are the only creatures that actually speak with song. What an interesting concept. They don't, other animals grunt at each other, they do this, they do that. Birds are like, there's like a little rhythm to it. It's got a nuance, it's got particular changes of tone that are all highly musical. They're continually in this sort of zone, like writing. They're like little, Mozarts, all of them, like gunning it. And so this is what made me ask that question about feather. And I saw Lauren was saying, about feathers, and how they keep finding feathers. And I have often, like, I've got feathers here, and I'll pick up my feather. And where's my feather? Where's my crow feather? Where's my crow feather?
Oh, I wanted to read this quote that I found. A good fortune is as light as a feather, but nobody knows how to hold it up. And misfortune is as heavy as the earth, but nobody knows how to stay out of its way. And that's a beautiful poem. I think what they're kind of alluding to is that, like, the sage sees the value in the feather and knows how to hold it up, and the sage knows how to stay out of the way of the heavy earth that we carry on our backs. And so we can aspire to that. And by becoming one with nature, we do just that. We pick up that feather that's the good fortune, because we've returned back to our true home. We've wandered away from our cages that we were hiding in. So that's kind of what Taoism is trying to push on us. And that was 2,500 years ago, they were trying to push this agenda, and it's really relevant now today. But I collect feathers, and I'm somewhat of an ornithologist, amateur, of course, but I love birds. And as a shaman, I always try to interpret the shamanic messages of birds. And so I don't know if they try to leave the feathers for those who notice them and need their messages, or if I just tend to see them more. But I'm always on the lookout for a feather, and I have a vast collection of them. I try to put them on my hats and my walking sticks. And to me, they represent wisdom.
I think that's beautiful saying, and it makes me think about how our hearts are weighed with a feather, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the feather of Mart is like the measurement of morality, right? So I have often noticed there's an acoustic quality to feathers that I can't quite put my finger on. And I often, this might sound weird, but I listen to feathers. And it's like I can hear there's a silence inside the feathers. Hard to put a word to. And if it touches your hair, it makes such an acoustic sound. Now, feathers have got like micro pores inside of them. So feathers have sound dampening qualities. How's that for a head trip? They actually absorb sound. So you could think of feathers as like we're on here on SoundCloud and we've got noise, what do you call it? Noise, noise buffering software. Is that the right word? Buffering? Noise cancellation, reduction of background noise, right?
Mhm.
I think feathers reduce background noise for birds. So, like certain tones are easier for a bird to hear because of the feathers, and certain sounds are absorbed into the feather. And so it sort of filters the sound. And so you often wonder, like, what is the shamanic story behind holding a feather and having feathers in your cap, right? What's the meaning behind this? And I've often considered this, and like I thought, well, having feathers in your cap mean you're going to reduce some of the background noise, and only certain kinds of tones are going to come through crystal clear. It's like a background reduction, noise reduction system, and it's very subtle, but it's absorbing sound. You could use feathers to soundproof a room really effectively, for example, if you had enough feathers. And then when you hold the feather, it's got like a vibration to it. It's got such a fine, it's almost like, would you say, Indy, that it's got a similar frequency to bone almost?
Yeah.
Like
I
if you
think so.
hold bone, it's got a certain kind of a resonance. Like I can feel frequencies in my hand. And when I hold feathers, I feel this very fine frequency, but it makes me feel like it's something similar to bone. Like if I hold a crystal, it's a loud knocking energy. Da, 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 da. It's like then you hold a feather and it's just like very fine, like
Would you say it's closer to bone or like ivory?
sorry,
Like
closer to?
bone or ivory, like teeth and nail. It's like ivory.
I, I um I can't say I've got too much experience of ivory, right?
Yeah. Well, your
Um I think there's some ivory on my guitar because
fingernails are
my one guitar was made in the 80s, early 80s,
yeah,
before the ivory thing was a big deal. It was made in England. It's a Washburn. I think it's got ivory inlaid. But
but our fingernails are
I,
ivory, right?
is that so?
Yeah.
Okay, well there you go. Shows what I know.
But I
But
think
to
technically
me, like
feathers from
nails and bones and teeth and hair all have a similar frequency. Like they feel the same, similar. Like when I feel my hair, it's like similar frequency to my nails. And feather seems to have a similar frequency to that. Okay, this is a crow feather, right?
fingernails aren't.
So,
Yes, damn.
sorry?
Apparently, fingernails are not ivory. I thought they were, but they are not.
Yeah, I wouldn't, the way I know ivory, it's a horn, but it should be a bone. Is ivory a
Hair,
bone?
hair and fingernails are made from keratin.
Right.
So the bone, they said that they're like non-living tissue, but they definitely have a large purpose, and they're like the hair is a receiver. It's like an antenna, and
Yeah.
the fingernails are very important. So I mean, the fact that we can cut our fingernails and hair without hurting, though, shows that it's different than other tissues like bone.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, bones are fascinating.
Yeah, and it's interesting with feathers, like we've got hair as our receivers. Birds have got bones as their receivers, but I don't know if bones have the same sound dampening, and I don't know if does hair have the same sound dampening effects? It might do. Maybe there's something similar with hair and feathers.
Has some effect of that. Yeah. But
But there's
tip of the feathers, like if your hair is like braided or something, would probably increase the filtering of the buffering of the sound. What do you think? The braiding of the hair.
makes sense.
Dreadlocks. Yeah.
Yeah, the locks, because you got a thick bunch of it.
Right.
It's all like there's a lot of it. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it could be all spread out with little air pockets between it for things to move through. And it's like, no, there's no getting through this.
Yeah, that
But
stuff.
yeah, so it makes me think that the hearing of a bird is something that we probably can't really imagine so well. And I don't know how much research has been done into the hearing of birds, but they are so tuned in. Like if you whistle a pattern at a bird, they can whistle it back at you. Like, and so what I always do when I hear birds, they'll have a call, and I'll listen to their call, and I'll listen to the tones of their call. Like, okay, it's a B sharp, it's like that, and I'll go like do 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 do, and then they'll do it back to me, do, and then I'll change one of the notes from a major to a minor or a sharp, right? And they're like, you'll hear them stop. Now think about it. They go, he changed the note in my song. So you play the song back to them, they play the song to you, you play the song back to them. Like if I hear birds in the trees, I do this all the time in the mornings because that's when they're out there singing, like early in the morning when I'm climbing the mountain. And I'll play their notes back to them and they'll play their notes to me and I'll play, and then I'll get clever. I'll go, let's change one note. Very quickly they pick up on that one note and they play that note back to you the way you played it. And so you can slowly start adjusting the song and changing it, and they will go along with you up to a point, and then they go, no, 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 no. Mm-mm. Now you've changed the whole song. No, 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 no. I'm done with you. And then they'll be done with you. They won't want to do it anymore, you know. But I definitely think there's something to the hearing of birds that's really incredibly connected to the astral field. And what you were talking about, cosmic, would you agree that that resonance of water that we're talking about, when I think of the water and the resonance of water, I think of the astral plane. Is cosmic with us?
I'm with you.
And so I think of that as being sort of a reflection of Namaste PK, how you doing? Sending you big love, big blessings. Hope you're well. Augury, observing the behaviors of birds, receiving omens. Yeah, exactly. It's a big part of the shamanic path. And this is probably why I spend so much time watching birds and listening to birds and talking to birds and having them talk to me. Because to me, so much of what I know comes from the birds. And I think that when we start really tuning into birds and we open our hearts to them, we start noticing that they're talking the same language as the wind. And that they're somehow... Have you noticed how the change in the wind's tone changes the tone of the birds' voices? Have you noticed that? Any of you guys?
Does it change how it sounds to us, or does it change how they sing?
I'm pretty sure it changes how they sing. It changes the rhythm. It changes the sounds they make. This is what I've observed.
Maybe that's
And
a reflection of how they're hearing these other sounds that we don't hear, and they're singing it in tune with that rhythm.
this is exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And we can't hear those fine sounds because we're hearing all the other noise. But I think their feathers filter out all the other noise so that they can hear those sounds better.
That's cool.
So here's like the shamanic secret about why, what PK's talking about, the augury of birds. Because birds are so in tune with the astral plane. And so all of our symbolism relates to birds and the astral plane, flying out of your body like a bird, right? There are practices in many traditions where you will literally consider yourself as changing shape and literally take on the shape of a bird and feel yourself like with wings, flapping your wings, and feel yourself like you're flying, and project your consciousness out of your body with this feeling of flying with wings and this feeling of feathers, and literally feel yourself like going. And it's one of the ways of traveling out of the body, right? which is an interesting concept. It's a form of shape changing. It's not changing your physical body, it's changing the shape of your consciousness. Taking on that part of our DNA which is in tune with birds, which is like, what, 60, 70% of our DNA, tuning into that frequency of vibrations within our own consciousness, which is resonating through our bodies, and taking that mental form and projecting outside of our body that mental form in order to be able to experience another aspect of reality. And yeah, PK, I think that's very much an important point you mentioned there, auspices. A lot of this has to do with birds. And now, you felt the wings of a butterfly. Have you noticed how feathery a butterfly's wings are?
Yeah, they're kind of fuzzy.
When you feel them, like I catch the butterflies sometimes, like very gently, If they're sitting on a thing and you come up carefully, you can pick them up. And their little legs are going like this. You just got to hold them like that, like, gently. And then you can actually touch their wings. And I've shown my boy, like, be careful, like, touch them carefully. And
Have you ever seen
what,
butterflies have a funeral?
what was that, Cosmic?
Oh, I forgot I had my mic still on.
It's a good thing you didn't fart.
Good thing I didn't.
Big love, man. Yeah,
Have you ever seen the butterflies have a funeral before? It's amazing when one of them dies, and the butterflies don't live very long in that stage. Only a couple of days, I think. I could be mistaken, but a short time compared to their life as a caterpillar. But when one dies, they tend to gather around it and all kind of land there and kind of stay there by it. And if you come by, they'll kind of go usher away and then come back and just lay by it and just be there. It's
that
beautiful.
is very interesting. I'm often watching the butterflies and watching the way they move. And the more I watch the butterflies, the more I'll notice that they're moving to the birdsong. And then I think, but hold on, they are moving within the field of the wind. And then I really start listening to the wind. And I notice there's all these really subtle tones in the wind. I can barely wrap my head around. I can feel some of them and hear some of them. And then I'll notice, hold on, there's that tone in the wind that the birds are singing. I go, the timing it's not a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidence. And then I start noticing the bird song and the wind. I start going, hold on, the birds are singing the wind song. Then I'm going, no wonder it looks like the butterflies are dancing to the bird song, because the butterflies are dancing to the song of the wind, but the song of the wind is being sung by the birds. So if you want to hear the song of the wind, listen to the song of the birds, and then you'll be able to dance the butterfly song. So there's this like integral part of our consciousness field that I think is represented by the archetypal structures of the bird, in the way that the birds are sort of like that part of us which is in tune with birds, I would say, is the part of us which is most connected to the energetic realities. And it represents that very subtle frequency, that subtle part of us which is like plugged into the astral. And that being plugged into the astral is essentially the etheric field, because it's the etheric field that's plugged into the astral, right? And it's the astral field that's plugged into the causal field. So when we look at like the frequencies of water, it seems like it's a higher frequency than the frequency of the wind. Maybe higher and lower is not the right words. But then I listen to water and then I listen to the wind, and I'm like, the wind seems to represent the etheric field to me, like the way the mind is working and the thoughts. But when I go into the sound of water, it's just purely emotional context. There's no sense to be made out of it on a mental level. Where the wind seems like you can make some sense out of it in terms of the way the rhythm moves. It's more able to be put into a cognitive perspective or narrative by the unconscious than water. Water seems to be such a intense lullaby or song that, like, the rhythms, there's so many rhythms wrapped in there into each other that it's completely abstract. Am I making sense? Are you guys following what I'm saying?
Sorry, what was that?
I feel you on that. I feel like the light that refracts in water is like really heavenly, and that light is like really easy to process and see the beauty in. Whereas the sound of water is like very therapeutic, but it's very like nonsensical sound. It's kind of like not really musical per se. It's just the trickling is just a relaxing feeling though. It's not a melody. It doesn't have
Well,
words.
I think it's not an obvious melody. I
Yeah.
think what it is it's so many melodies wrapped up in each other that it's like totally abstract. So
Yeah.
the logical mind cannot make any sense out of it, but the emotions can.
Mhm. I feel that.
I think that's what I was basically getting at, Cosmic.
I think
Was
the ocean is more rhythmic, whereas the trickle of a babbling brook is like more abstract. But there's also abstractness in the ocean with the rhythm and the wave.
I tell you what, I sit and listen to the water by the water's edge, and there's a rock that's in the water, and I hear the water going in between two rocks, and it's like all these little subtle little echoes echoing into each other, creating like an echo field,
Mm.
and all of the subtle sounds of the water rippling over the other water. And each one makes its own little echo, and there's so many sounds. It's like playing 5 orchestras at once. And it's like it's almost overwhelming to the senses to, like you say, keep track of the melody, where the wind seems like an easy melody to keep track of, you know um from my perspective. But I think the birds are able to sort of track all of these melodies. That's what my sense, my instinct system, when I look at the feather and I feel the feather in my hand, I almost have this feeling that if I were to surround my body in feathers, I'd be able to hear more of those subtle sounds in water,
I
and it
think.
would filter out the others.
Water in the shell.
Ah. Well, I was just going to say, I think when it comes to learning to hear multiple melodies that clash into each other, you have to find a harmony that connects all of the melodies together. And so, like, what I do in a lot of my experimental music is I will have harmonies that use a lot more neutral sounding chords. And with that neutral sounding chord, I can kind of expand the range of what I can do melodically and kind of go off key while it's still sounding somewhat harmonic. And I think also it helps to have sort of like, I like to have like a rhythm where all the melodies are playing alongside the rhythm, but they're syncopated to it differently. So it's like they're slightly off, but they kind of conform to the rhythm in different ways. So I think another artist I think really does a lot of interesting stuff with these kind of counter melodies is the jazz musician Sun Ra. Are you guys familiar with Sun Ra at all?
Yeah, a little
He's this jazz musician from Philly, I think, like, born in the 1910s or something like that. But he was basically a man who believed he believed he was from the planet Saturn, that he was kind of this like space alien type creature, and that he would try to create melodies that reflected the sort of like the mystery of the cosmos. And oftentimes they could be melodic or they can be really kind of like dissonant and ugly sounding. But I find sometimes when you listen to music that is sort of like maybe a little bit more ugly and unpleasant, you'll find something in there that you do like that you wouldn't be able to find otherwise. So I think in a lot of ways, like I think about like, paneling for gold in the Old West, where they would just kind of like go into the muddy rivers and they take those little those trays and they kind of sift through the mud to find little gold nuggets in between. And I think when it comes to understanding both music and the sounds of nature, you got to have to go through it within that process of sort of finding the harmonic aspect of it, which is why I think it's good to listen to different kinds of music, even more experimental, non-traditional music, because it trains your ears to pick up melodies in ways that you normally wouldn't. Like most people, if it's not in like a major, a minor, or a pentatonic key, most people say, oh, that's, you know, non-musical. But if you kind of expand your musical vocabulary, and what can constitute as a melody and a harmony, you can really start to notice patterns and harmony in spots and places where you wouldn't otherwise seem to find that harmony. And I think one of the problems with why we can't necessarily hear music in nature is because I think society kind of trains us to be hypnotized to really understand music in a very kind of narrow bandwidth. And if you think about it, music itself is a kind of language. The more, you know, different kind of melodic structures you can play with, it's kind of like having more vocabulary in your repertoire when explaining stuff. So I think by understanding the music within nature, we sort of expand our own musical vocabulary.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I would say I think there's a lot to that. And like you said, expanding our musical vocabulary, we can expand the musical vocabulary of our ability to understand the musical vocabulary of nature. Now, there's an interesting thought, like my drum, I've got two drums. One of my drums is an eland skin. And an eland is a very big antelope. Yeah, it's an African antelope. It's a big one, like 3/4 of a ton, right? So they can weigh what a small car weighs, what those tiny little bubble cars weigh,
Don't
or
they
like
have
a half a
really
half a
long
car.
neck?
They're very beautiful creatures.
Kind of like
Oh my gosh, let me show you an eland. I've got one on my
the
oh
stripes.
no, it's not on this laptop.
They have zebra stripes on their hind end.
Yeah, they've got these beautiful horns and like spirally kind of horns. Let me find a really lovely picture of you guys. Okay, so here we go. Here we go, present. So anyway, I've got the drum of a eland skin, and basically it's like they are considered by the sand people to be very sacred. The Khoi people, the Khoi sand people, right? And you can see how their horns. There's something quite interesting about their horns if you really look at it. Like there's just this very mystical image being presented. If you look at that, it looks almost like a buffalo, right? On some level, but the Khoisan people ascribe their language to the clicking of the heels of this creature when they ran. So that's where the Sand people believe their language came from. They believe that their ancestors were listening to the sound of these animals when they ran, and the clicks of their heels became the different kinds of clicks of the word. And so that language has got the most clicks out of any other language in the world. It's like 60% clicks, the Sand people's language. Yeah. So you can see this creature is quite like an incredible what's the word?
Stag.
You know, and these creatures can run and jump like incredibly. So I've actually got a drum of one of these. Of one of my drums is an eland, and um, it makes for a very deep, resonant kind of a drum because it's very, very oily skin. But the many cultures ascribe many parts of languages to animal sounds, and so it makes me wonder how much birds have played in the role of our creation of languages. Yeah, and just how much of the first thing that you hear when you wake up in the morning is bird sound. So I do think that there's this very powerful sort of connection with birds that we share that we might not be fully, fully aware of, and we might not be able to even recognize that there is this very powerful sort of resonant frequency that's being sort of carried when we are listening to birdsong, and why the birdsong are so incredibly powerful to heal. That's an interesting. Have you heard about people being healed by birdsong in indigenous cultures? Either of you guys, have you come across that?
It sounds like it should be a thing. I don't know if I've heard about it. I think.
Yeah, I mean it's something that I've heard about. Like, for example, people will be told to go and sit where a certain bird's singing. In India, it happens, and go and sit and let them sing and go and listen to their song.
Mm.
And listening to that song will like tell you something about yourself, and that's something that you learn about yourself will remove the need for the symptoms.
Something that I've noticed is that elderly people like to feed the birds and they like to have them come around a lot. And I feel like that's because they want to hear their songs. They tend to have a lot of bird feeders at the elderly homes. And I feel like that's because there's a healing component to that, to the birds. Just the appearance of the birds is therapeutic. The beauty of their colors and their songs are very uplifting to the spirit.
You talk about that. That breaks my heart. Um,
Yeah.
I mean, I was a senior in one nursing home where I had to effectively run the home, right? Like when it was I wasn't the only senior there. There were different seniors, but when I was on shift, I had to manage all the other carers, make sure everybody was getting the right drugs, make sure all the paperwork was up to date. As a senior, you have to do this. And what I learned shocked me. And then I went to work in another nursing home where I refused the offer when they wanted me to take on that senior role. I said, no, I'll just be a carer. Don't need to be wrapped up in all of that because these companies don't do their work properly, you know? And I noticed that there was a lot of funding coming from the British government. So what would happen is people would be taken to the nursing home and their house would be sold, right? And that would pay like $1,000 at that time. It was like $1,300 a week. Now it must be like $2,000 a week for them to stay at a nursing home, right? And after like 52 weeks, that's like $105,000. After 4 or 5 years, they've basically exhausted all of the money they made from their house sale, right? Now they're being carried by the social system. And I think that's where the clinch comes in. That's what I observed. Like the system in the UK didn't want people to outlive the financial value, right? And so it's interesting what you say about bird feeders not being in elderly homes, because like, what reason could there be for that? Why are there not bird ponds there? Why are not the birds actually encouraged to come to the elderly homes? Isn't that something funny?
No, I was saying that they do have them there.
Oh, in the America they do. Maybe those
Yeah.
are privatized ones. I get you.
Privatized
So
ones.
you only get to go there. The government doesn't pay for you. Right. You got to have dosh to be there. Okay. In the UK, the government would pay for you when you ran out of dosh.
They also have like little bird houses and feeders at my dentist's office. So when you're like at the doing your thing at the dentist, you're watching the birds.
That's interesting.
That's
That's
the kind
very interesting.
and
Yeah,
it's
man.
distractive therapy.
No, well, I think there's something to it. I
Yeah.
think there's something very much to that because, like, the therapeutic sound of birds is unmistakable. It's one of the reasons I love waking up early in the morning. The other reason is watching the sun, and the other reason is to hear the birds because you don't hear them in the same all day long. They got a special morning song that they sing for the sun. And now that's an interesting point. I've noticed that there's an acoustic sound of the sun rising. Has anybody else noticed this?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, we all know about that rooster song.
What is that?
The rooster song. The rooster crows.
No, I mean literally. Namaste, Rob. How you doing? I hope you're well. I hope you're thriving, man. I'm talking about literally. There's a very subtle sound. Like there's a frequency that changes in the air. Is it an etheric frequency? But like you can hear it. It's not like a physical sound necessarily, but it might be a physical sound that's just on a very different frequency than what we usually hear on. And so there's like this frequency you can hear when the sun is rising, even if you're not outside, even if you're, I noticed this because I used to meditate a lot. So I would start meditating at like 3:30 in the morning, right? And I'd be meditating and meditating and meditating, and then I'd suddenly hear this pitch change, frequency change. And I'd be like, aha, sun is rising. And so I got to know that sound. Because like when you're in deep meditation, you can hear there's this subharmonic frequency field that you can hear all the time. It's like very subtle. And you'll notice that the rising of the sun changes that frequency. And it's a very subtle change, but it's like it's an audible sound. Now the birds, I believe, can hear that because of their feathers and the way their systems are wired. So when they hear that sound, their song changes. They've got a certain song for like the sun is coming, right? And once that song rises, their song actually changes. It's interesting change of their little harmonic song before, during, and after sunrise. This is what I've noticed, you know? And so that's why I always say, like, you know, when you're watching the sunrise, pay attention to the birds. Watch the sun and pay attention to the birds as well in the background. Because they are telling us this. And if we learn to listen to the birds and learn to listen to their changes of frequency, then we'll notice, hey, there's a change of the bird's frequency. There's something happening. Oh, the sun's rising. And so then we'll listen for the change of frequency in birdsong with the rising of the sun. And by, that I believe will teach us to hear the difference of frequency of the sun itself rising. What say the Fae about these subtle vibrational shifts with regards to sun rising and sun setting and stuff?
Well, one thing they've kind of taught me is that depending upon whether it's sunny outside or dark outside, different astral gates are open. So the way this works in their system is there are basically 4 different types of astral gates, and they're essentially voids. There's black gates, white gates, sort of monochromatic gates, so like red, blue, yellow, and then there's what's called the Vidzerfax gate, which is more like a fractal. So the idea is that when the sun is out, that creates a sort of an internal white void, internal astral gate, and that brings out certain parts of the astral plane, whereas at nighttime, the black void emanates, and that brings you to another part of the so it's basically like the way I see it, with these shifts between day and night, they kind of view everything as sort of being like a dream. It sort of shifts the alignment. It's like, I guess the way I would say it is that depending upon whether it's day or night, the earth is aligned to a different part of the astral plane. So during the day, it's aligned to a lighter part of the astral plane, and during the night, it's aligned towards more darker part of the astral plane. That's why when it comes to like all these hauntings and all these like places where there's haunted houses or ghosts, it almost always happens at night. And I think that's because nighttime is a kind of like internal, like there's a kind of astral gate that opens when it's dark out. It's like you're kind of in the black void, whereas in the day, the sunlight creates an internal white void. And so there's a different kind. So when you understand that there's sort of these different, that depending upon what the conditions are during the day, what kind of weather, what kind of astral, what kind of, I mean, not astral, but the sort of physical things that are happening, you're going to be aligned with different sectors of that spiritual world, depending upon, what the conditions are. So it's, and here it's kind of more like static, but the astral plane is a lot more dynamic, and there's a lot more different pathways and different sectors of it that one can align oneself to. So that's what I think they would say on that matter.
Yeah, exactly. I've noticed that there's definitely, I would even break it down that there's within different parts of the day, there's different frequencies. And to me, it's like all vibrational frequencies, different tones. And the different tones mean a different gate, different frequencies, a different doorway in to that. We've got a wonderful guest that's just joined us. We haven't seen enough of Moonfeather here. She's very busy. She runs 2 businesses. Is it 2 or is it 3? I can't keep count. She's got children. She's a single mom. She does her own live podcasts. Go and check out the Moonverse. It's in my recommended channels list if you scroll to the bottom of my front page. Welcome, dear Moonfeather. She's a reader. She reads intuitively. For people, she uses her intuition, her psychic ability, her cards, and she's a great researcher and somebody who's been spending a lot of time looking at herself and looking at these basic realities that we're talking about here on the round table. And she's a long-standing member of the round table. She just hasn't been here that much of late. Welcome, dear Moonfeather, and it's a total honor to have you here. How are you?
Peace and blessings to everyone. Do you guys, let's get an audio check first. Do you hear me okay, Franklin? Awesome. Oh my goodness. Gratitude. So grateful to be here, to be home for lunch. That's not always the case. I'm always outside. But thank you so much, Franklin, for that beautiful introduction. Forgive my absence, but yes, I do try very much to hop on when I can. And I'm extremely grateful to you, Franklin, for opening up this space and always having this space open for us to come in, right? And I love you for that. Thank you so much. Peace and blessings to you, Indy. Peace and blessings to you, Cosmic, and everyone in the chat. Oh my gosh, especially to Mexico and Lauren. 2 beautiful entities there. I absolutely love, and everyone else in the chat. So I've been listening I've been listening on the side, and I absolutely love this topic. And I was like, please, God, if I get to be home by lunch, I have to jump on. Right? Because we all know how magical feathers on. And if y'all don't mind, I'm just going to try to jump in and try to catch up with everyone here. Everyone spoke. So, made amazing points and connections when it comes to feathers, right? And we wouldn't have any feathers if it wasn't for birds, right? So we know how beautiful and quite magical birds are, and we could stand to learn so much from birds. They show us how to be brave, right? As I'm thinking of them, and when I think of bravery, honestly, the first bird that I think of, I forgot which specific penguin it is, and maybe you could tell us, Franklin. But I think it's the Arctic penguin that braves the fathers, brave blistering cold to protect their egg while the mom goes out to find food. That's crazy dedication, and that's crazy bravery, right? So we can stand to learn a lot from these penguins, right? These particular penguins, and they also show us how to love, right? Through seeing them from their, mating rituals and their dances and everything they'll do to acquire their mates and preparing a home. And I just think that is so beautiful and so dedicated to their purpose. And we all know how very cunning and intelligent birds can be, right? My goodness, the anatomy. I just right off the top of things that I know with the anatomy of a feather, I feel it's intelligently designed, right? And I'm gonna say divinely intelligently designed, right? Be it by the Most High or anyone that you choose to, insert there. They're magical, absolutely spiritual. And the reason, and I was thinking of what Franklin was saying before, that he puts a feather up to his ear and that he could hear sounds from it. And that's, well, I thought of the shaft, and the shaft is hollow of a bird's feather, which is the same thing as putting a conch seashell to your ear. It picks up the vibration and the sounds in the environment. So that's definitely a reason why feathers are very spiritual, and they're able to pick up the vibration in the environment because of the design of their feathers, even their bones. They're actually a very hollow bird. If you think about it, their skeletal structure is essentially made not only to navigate, right, in the air, the same way planes. I would love to think that planes were an inspiration of the birds. They had to be. That's the only explanation. And the fact that their entire body is mostly hollow, it opens them up to pick up different vibrations of the environment, and energies, and makes them extremely sensitive to the energies. It's the reason why they are connected to the geomagnetic energy of the earth, and I also went, and then when I thought about the hollowness of the shaft of the feather, I thought about the quill part of it, right? The very tip part of the bottom, right, of the feather, and how they were used a long time ago for writing, as a writing instrument, right? So now that I think about, that they have to be extremely spiritual, these feathers, and how very possible it is that they were able to create, the poet was able to create, or the musician was able to create their poetry and their music due to the download and the energy that is within the feather, the vibrational match that is in the feather. So I would like to think that had a lot to do with it as well. Like a lot of these, old time poets and musicians that, had to write all of their music and words through quills, right? And I think that's the reason why feathers are a very spiritual instrument as well. When I think of feathers or birds being used as spiritual instruments, it's the reason why they're used in rituals as well, also as a sacrifice. In my culture, we absolutely love birds. We love birds. And in the practice of Santeria, they keep birds around as pets. They love to keep birds around as pets. One, as protection, but unfortunately, when the santero, right, the person who practices santeria, is sent a spiritual attack, the bird always absorbs that negative energy and unfortunately dies, which honestly gives proof that the birds absorb their feathers absorb the environment's energy, spiritual energy. And seeing feathers as a is absolutely a spiritual sign, an omen. It depends the feather, it depends the color, and I think it interprets different messages. People have done studies, like real spiritual people have done studies on far as what the colors, different colors mean. And then when I think about that, I'm like, oh, but wait a minute, that makes a lot of sense, because remember, colors on its own has a vibrational signature, each color, and I think, and also when you think about it, depending the bird and its color, I think it absorbs even more that particular color signature or that particular vibration. For example, a lot of people uh, associate crows as invoking messages of death or spiritual ascension or spiritual rebirth, and doves with their white feathers invoke peace, joy. Think of Noah, right? The story of Noah, and finally, before finding land, they were using a dove. They weren't using anything else. They weren't using a butterfly. No shade to butterflies. But it was a representation. Actually, I think they did kind of use other birds in that message in the story of Noah, if I'm not mistaken. But I know finally when they did find land, it was a message from the dove. But anyway, whatever, I could be wrong. But yeah, definitely birds or / feathers are undoubtedly spiritual, and are very unique. They're very unique in the animal kingdom because they're the only ones that have feathers. So, by definition, if it has a feather, it's a bird. So yeah, I just wanted to jump in. Sorry for the rant, but yeah, I just wanted to catch up, and I love this. This is beautiful.
Oh, that's
Don't
great.
be sorry.
About the
Please
birds
continue.
associated with love. I just wanted to mention quickly that there's the mention that some of the ancient stories tell that some prophets and some sages were able to understand the language of the birds. Now, I guess in Islam they say that the prophets Moses, Khan, and Suleiman, who is another word named for Solomon, were able to understand the language of the birds. And there is a story of Solomon had a messenger bird. It's the hoopoe bird. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. And he had that hoopoe bird go out to gather intelligence of his rivals. But ultimately, the hoopoe bird was able to discover the kingdom of Queen Sheba and reported that to Solomon. And it was through the hoopoe bird he was able to find Queen Sheba and offer his love and join with her. So that's a famous story, a love story of the bird being the messenger and uniting the two. But it also suggests that people were able to literally understand the language of the birds. That's what they're saying in these stories. And now we know that some birds have warning calls that they'll warn that there's a predator. And so people can benefit from understanding those calls. We know that we can understand some of the language of the birds even to this day. But I just want to also mention quickly that there were a few Greek sages that were also said to understand the language of the birds. Democritus, Anaximander, Apollonius of Tyana, Melampus, and Aesopus were also said to be able to understand the language of the birds. It's pretty amazing.
You know,
That's
Yeah, I mean that's so incredible. The language of the birds. I've this has been something that's been like a big thing for me now for quite a while. And like, I love what Mooney was saying. I'd love to respond to when you were talking about the bones and the base of the feathers. I was thinking of drums. I was thinking, duh, it's like a drum. A bird is like a creature that's made out of drums. And you mentioned their guidance systems and the way that they tuned into the electromagnetic frequencies. And we say it's due to the magnesite in their beaks, which obviously generates an electronic magnetic field. But that field would also have an acoustic component that would affect their feathers, wouldn't it? Isn't that interesting? So I wonder whether the feathers play a role. And please, Cosmic, you were going to say something, brother.
So what I was thinking about this, I was thinking about, in terms of feathers, how birds evolved from dinosaurs. They have a lot of recent stuff where they're talking about how some of the later dinosaurs, like velociraptors, had feathers. Then I kind of had this weird analogy that sort of came to my mind. Reptiles are to birds what rocks are to crystals. So I've been thinking about just in terms of the actual, start of evolution. You start off with cells, then you start off with kind of weird like Cambrian, insect anthropomorphic things. But I noticed when you look at like mammals and birds, it's almost like, and you look at the skin, it's like birds have kind of almost like a forest of feathers on their body, and like mammals kind of have hair on them. And thinking about the difference between sort of like reptiles, like your dinosaurs, for example, and birds. And I'm thinking with reptiles, they're kind of like rocks in that they're just very this smooth, kind of scaly, it's not necessarily very complex or responsive. Then when you get then the feathers start to emerge from that kind of that simplified process. In the same way, crystals sort of form from rocks. And you were even talking earlier about like magnetic waves and frequencies, like, oh, this fits into that analogy like almost like perfectly. And then I guess I'm thinking about it like you can see there's an evolution of consciousness. I think that, when it comes to consciousness, a lot of people talk about brain and the psychology, but they don't really talk about the body. Like one of the reasons I think that human beings have such a high level of consciousness is not just because of the brains that they possess, but the sensitivity of our skin and our ability to feel sort of objects around us. And you think about something like an insect, for example, its body is mostly an exoskeleton, this kind of hard sort of shell. And I don't think it really kind of like feels as much. So it's in a way, our skin becomes a sensory organ. Then when you see with animals, like things like with feathers and hair, you see a kind of an evolution of consciousness as progressing there. So I really kind of like this idea of reptiles are to birds what rocks are to crystals. So I think it's like you kind of see that pattern both in that kind of that mineral world, but also in the animal kingdom manifesting itself as well. So it's like you kind of see that fractal pattern of evolution, not just in the organic, but what science would call the inorganic.
Yeah, I think there's a lot there, and I think we on a spiritual and level, for example, chickens, right? So like, going back to what Minnie was saying about the bravery of birds and penguins, for one example, I think chickens are probably one of the bravest creatures that there is on Earth. We call chickens like a symbol of fear, but in ancient times they were considered a symbol of bravery. Like a chicken will walk up to a human. If you think about that like it's quite a big deal. Like if you consider the difference in size between a human and a chicken, like if there were bunnies, unless you've handled the bunnies a lot, they won't come near you, right? But like even in the wild, you get like wild chickens and they will be quite close to you. They're not really that fazed by humans. And a lot of birds actually are quite not fazed by humans. They will actually allow us to be quite close to them. The same with reptiles. Now, I have this thing about getting close to reptiles. I love like getting them on my hands. I pick up lizards and apparently we share a lot of DNA with reptiles. More than 60%. Apparently crocodiles share up to 90% DNA with humans. So, you know, the interesting thing is when you try and find out how much DNA we share with snakes, no numbers. Isn't that interesting? It's like they don't want us to know how much DNA we share with snakes, right?
Yeah.
Maybe there's something there. Like if we share 90% DNA with crocodiles, what do you think? Right? Like, what do you think about snakes? It's an interesting concept, it's an interesting idea, you know? So,
It's
I do think
funny.
that, sorry?
I'm sorry. No. It's okay. I was just thinking, about what you said about snakes. Because the thing that they have in common with, then you had mentioned the chickens as well, which by the way, chickens do tend to, skedaddle from people, but I would love anyone to go near a hen's nest. You will be met with a very, very wild hen. Okay. And I was raised, my father was he would fight roosters or cockfighting. It was very big in my culture as well. So I was always around roosters growing up. And let me tell you something, them suckers could fight. Okay. They don't play. So this is why I say they demonstrate a lot of bravery. But the thing I was just thinking, just very quick as a comment, how, snakes lay eggs just as chickens do. So there may be a connection, because there's not a lot of species that lays the egg. I'm sure there's a lot, but are they all connected? I'm not sure.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
also
it's
want
very, very
to
interesting. You
um,
carry on, brother.
just quickly about what Moonfeather was mentioning earlier about the colors and the resonance of the bird feather colors. I think there's a similar quality to crystals. And I know crystals have been found to have a strong resonance with human energy fields. And I feel like the color of the bird feathers can also give us those resonant feelings and messages of whatever kind of chakral energies that resonate with us. And so when we see like a yellow bird, it's kind of a message of happiness. And also a blue bird is like also a messenger of joy. So it's not necessarily that blue would be like sadness in that message. But we also see like a black bird it's kind of a dark omen to a lot of people. But in truth, the Celtics and the Druids would see that the ravens would give us messages. And if they were on our right, it was a warning to turn back. And if they were on our left, it was a sign of positive blessings ahead, usually indicating that there was food or water ahead. And if there was a warning, there could be danger, whatever form, maybe some kind of a landscape danger or predator, or maybe a drought, or the crops have dried up, something of the sort. But they seem to be very perceptive and know, like, if you're going to die on that path, maybe you should turn back.
They are messengers indeed, right? They're
Mm-hmm.
messengers with, right? We could, like I said, we could stand a lot to learn from these birds, these aves, how they say in Spanish, right? Because you're absolutely right? If there's one of the reports that you would always hear is whenever there was like a huge tsunami in any part of the world, they always saw that the animals and the birds always, they ended up going the opposite way, so they serve as wonderful, wonderful messengers. Nobody can convince me otherwise, whether it's a bird or whether it's a feather. They're absolutely messengers and very angelic as well, because even in my culture, we have this saying that says, un angelito me lo dijo, right? That means a little angel told me. It's a message from a spiritual, entity. And usually, or we say un pajarito me dijo, which is a little bird told me. So even in our language, we use birds, and we know emphatically that birds are messengers. So yeah.
Oh yeah, and I see a lot of golden finches and bluebirds, and they're always a reminder to me to remember to smile and to remember to find joy. And so I feel like these birds find people, and they tell them what they could have and what they might be missing. And they show them the answers. To me, the birds have always
Yeah.
given wisdom.
Sorry, brother. I didn't mean to
Beautiful.
interrupt you.
No, go ahead. You're good.
I see this a lot, these feathers. And like you were talking about the frequencies of colors and feathers.
Mhm.
Like I have this thing about this blue that you can see on raven and crow feathers,
Yeah.
right? It's that like indigo color, and you can really get into it. You can really see it.
Iridescent. It's
Like-
iridescent. That's why I say it's very magical. There's iridescence even in their feathers. It's amazing. Just like the fish
Yeah,
have
man.
iridescent scales, it's amazing.
Yeah, the grackles have it really strong.
I've always had a connection with crows and eagles.
Mm.
And I mean, I've had eagles land on my head, but
Wow.
I've had crows.
These are big.
I had a massive eagle land
Wow.
on my head. I'm talking about a bird that when it sits on the ground, it's the same size as me,
Yeah.
like sitting down, right? Like if when you're sitting down and you look like next to you and there's an eagle next to you, he's like, hey, we're the same size, dude. Like, holy crap, you're big,
Yeah.
You're like me sitting down, dude. You're half the size of me, like up there. Like, you can just imagine them unfolding their wings and being like a 2-meter wingspan,
Mhm.
But crows, I've always had a connection with crows. They've always come to me. I've always had crows talk to me. Once I had this crazy situation in Crystal Palace where this cat wouldn't leave me alone. There was like a familiar, and there was this telepathic communication with this cat. And once again, cats speak silently. Cats are also, all animals speak to us. And this cat kept talking to me telepathically. And it would follow me around, and it followed me into Crystal Palace. And suddenly I've never seen this before. I saw the crows start circling around. First, I thought they were circling me, because I've had this happen a lot with like different animals and stuff. I thought, okay, this is funky. These crows are circling me. Then they started dive bombing, and they were attacking the cat. And I had to protect the cat from the crows. Like, I've never seen this before. I'm talking about like there wasn't one or two crows. They were like a team. Like, I had to take off my jacket. It was winter, and I had to protect the cat, swinging my jacket around so that the crows didn't like actually harm the cat. And so crows are like a
Messed up the nest.
powerful. Yeah, they were trying to send me a message.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And that was very interesting. But this cat, I had a past life. I had a connection with this cat. Like, the cat would come to the door and we'd be in a conversation, and I'd say, Anthony, give me a moment. The cat's at the door. And he'd be like, how can you tell? And I'd be like, I can see feline in my head. Like, the cat would pop up in my head, like its face would be right in front of me. And I'd be, oh, the cat's at the door. And so this was happening all the time because the cat couldn't come in. Then I would actually have to go outside and spend some time with the cat because it couldn't come in. There was his partner at the time had a cat's allergy. And this cat literally wouldn't leave me alone. Like, I would walk a mile and the cat would follow me a mile into Sydenham. Well, it was like into Sydenham was less than a mile, but then I'd walk into Sydenham and right through Sydenham. The cat would follow me and be crossing like busy roads and stuff. I'd have to pick up the cat and make sure it gets safely across the roads because it's like busy. It's London. And this cat would follow me and try and follow me like into shops and stuff. It was like bizarre. But I never was sure what message the crows were trying to give me. I think the crows were trying to tell me that that cat was going to leave the world, if that makes sense. And they were like, very strange, very strange.
That's
It was like
wild.
my guides of the cat and my guides of the crows were at odds with each other. Does that make any sense to you guys?
Yeah, absolutely. I could see that. I could see that. That's why I have this, and I don't know what I'm waiting for, but I have a children's book that I wrote, which I haven't, put it into print yet. And the title is The Cat and the Crow. And it's about the cat, of course, being very spiritual, very connected with all of the animals. And the crow was depressed because it was always connected to being bad energy, so nobody wanted to be friends with the crow. So they both went on a spiritual journey together. I have to print out that book. I have to print it out. I don't even know what I'm waiting for, but yeah, absolutely. I think there was something between those crows and that cat, because let me tell you something, there's power in numbers, so if you weren't there to protect that cat would have been, crow food. Absolutely crow food, if it didn't escape it faster, because cats are very quick, but yeah, it does seem to me like there was something very, very big and very spiritual, because that doesn't happen to everybody. Do you understand? It's not a normal thing. This is why,
Yeah.
if that happened to you, Franklin, only you could interpret it, because that's the energy works off of you. It's the same reason why the eagle landed on your head. It's picking up your own energy, your frequency, and is a frequency matched to the eagle as well, but the true interpreter of all of that is you. What did it mean to you? And this is why whenever we see particular birds or particular feathers in our path, it's instantly spirit. Your intuition tells you exactly what it is, especially if you're spiritually aligned, because these things do happen, but not everybody's paying attention to the, oh my gosh, you got a puppy? Is that a puppy?
Yeah, it's a little baby Enki.
Oh my gosh, it's so cute. I was like, what is he holding there? Oh, that is too cute. Oh, he's too cute. So yeah, not everyone is paying attention to these signs, but as I said, these messages are for specific people that I think are definitely spiritually aligned with themselves around that walk, and knows, right? So whatever message it is, they whoever is the sender of that particular message, know exactly how you're supposed to interpret it. So
Yeah. It's interesting, like a blue bird and a blue jay have like a very different representation. Like the blue jay is a very savage bird. It's a very predatory bird of other birds. And so it's that like the blue jay is a sign of like maybe you should be more aggressive. Whereas the blue jay is. Whereas the blue bird is like a sign of like you should just smile more and be happier and whistle and sing and dance and just be happy, because it's got like an orange chest. So and then the blue jay's got the stripes. So that even though they're both blue, they have very different representations. And so like blue could be associated with like the throat chakra. And so it could represent like speaking your truth. And that truth might be like you need to be more aggressive and like you need to stand up for yourself. Or that truth might be like you need to like stop being so tough on yourself all the time and lighten up a little bit and just be more happier. So there's a lot with that, with the resonance of the color blue. It can be sadness. It can be joy from the bluebird. It can be intensity from the blue jay. So it can be a lot of different things. It's interesting.
One of the things I find fascinating about what kind of bird encounter I find fascinating is when I find a bird that not only have I not seen in my area, but bird I've never seen in like television or a book before. And you're just like, wait, this thing exists too? Like you never even like, it almost seems like like you encounter like a bird from another dimension or like a parallel world. I always find like those kind of bird encounters to be the most magical, where you find like a kind of bird that you've never seen before at all.
Yeah, that's so cool. I love when that happens. I found some bird feathers before that I've never seen what bird has these feathers, and they're really interesting. But I found a lot of them. I think something had gotten this bird, and so they're half white and half black. They're really cool. And I'm thought to myself, like, what bird would have that? That's so cool. I've never figured it out yet, but I'm still working on it.
You could actually there's apps, or you could just scan it. If you have Google on your phone, you could scan
Yeah.
it and then do a picture search, and yeah, it'll help you search
A lot
it.
of people who do magic will like take a white feather and dip it in ink, or like take a black feather and dip it in like either white paint or bleach or something, and like make this kind of a feather out of it. So it's pretty interesting to me. It seems pretty magical.
Yeah, and if you think also about the symbolism of before pencils, people used to use feathers to write in ink with. And I think it's
Yeah,
also kind of interesting how you also describe the Egyptian god Thoth as being a scribe, and I always wonder if maybe there's a connection between feathers and writing with that deity. There must be.
yeah. It's interesting. It said that Thoth created writing, but we were talking about the Shabaka stone earlier, in which Ptah was doing some writing, rewriting the lost broken word of the gods that he had recovered. So it's interesting that although Thoth was the inventor of writing, probably with a quill and a scroll of papyrus, then later it said that Ptah, when he recovered the lost word of the gods, it's thought that that interpretation means that he improved it by making it go from a scroll onto stone. So I just wanted to mention that. But of course, they don't use quills on a stone. But yeah, the quill being very associated with the scrolls of wisdom. Absolutely.
Well, let's not forget that Thoth has the head of a bird. So yeah, quill
Yeah.
writing, and quill writing is an art, you know. But
You know,
like I had mentioned before, that I think that there's so much power within the feather itself, and how it resonates with so much energy, that I absolutely feel that, you know, the poet or the musician that takes up that quill, you know, matches, has like a vibrational energy match to be able to put forth these words or this music, you know. And then if you think of music, birds, say the songs that they sing, it's wild, it's not coincidental. There is really, really a connection to all of that.
yeah, I like to take feathers and I'll put them in my hat. And they say that that's like a sign of wisdom. That the feather is uplifting. It's kind of like, to me, like a sign of like ascension, perhaps, like, or deepness of thought. Getting a bird's eye view on things, kind of. But at the same time, I'll take feathers and I'll put them into like my shoes or my boots. Kind of like Hermes would have those feathers in his boots, as the messenger of the gods that would allow him to fly between the two worlds. But I like to put the feathers in my shoes too, and it feels like it's makes my step a little lighter. You know, lifts me up a little
Oh,
bit
I
more.
like that. That's so cool. I like that.
Uh-huh.
Not also forget when we're mentioning the writing thing and the music thing, that probably a lot of old sheet music for like classical pieces was probably written using feathers too.
Indeed, that's a good one.
Franklin should be back, guys. So he's definitely, his mic was having trouble from the beginning that I heard. So I'm sure he's trying to troubleshoot that. There he goes.
Here he comes.
Welcome back, Franklin.
My power went off.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, did it? Oh
Hi.
my
Okay.
God.
Welcome back.
Lucky I've got some kickback power reserve. Don't know how much battery I've got in the tank with what I'm rolling with, but anyway, it should hopefully keep the power going for like an hour or so.
All right.
Let's pray. I've got a spare modem thing I'll figure it out one way or another. So yeah, please do carry on, guys. Didn't mean to break the flow.
No, there's talk of sacred birds in a lot of mythology, and in the Norse tradition, there's a lot of mention of different birds that are associated with the underworld. So there's the owl, which is the cat Yogel. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but it's considered to be the goddess of wisdom. Whereas we're familiar, a lot of us are familiar with the two ravens of Odin that would go out and gather information for him. But there's also another raven that's associated with Norse mythology called the Noctrap. The Noctrap. And the Noctrap is a giant nocturnal raven with no eyes and holes in its wings. And if you look into the eyes, it will supposedly put you to death. And you look at the holes in its wings, it could cause sickness or illness or injuries. So there's a lot of negative associations with the raven, but at the same time, even in Norse mythology, the ravens are also seen to be like the familiars of Odin, the father of the gods. So they're seen in both a positive and a negative light, interestingly.
Yeah, man, these ravens are interesting, and just how intelligent they are. I've often befriended them. Okay, so they mate for life, right?
Yeah.
Crows. I'm
Crows.
sure ravens must be the same, right?
Mhm.
So the couple is a couple. If you get to know a couple, so for example, I used to go to a guru ashram, and I would be there. Maybe I'd be there like a year. Oh, you serious? You're kidding me, right? This is a joke. Ha 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 hee 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 ho 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 ha 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 hee 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 ho. So anyway, this story of the raven would basically come up for me there because they're a couple, and
Oh, I think he went out again. Oh my goodness. Guys, when see, I know this very well because in Puerto Rico, if you decide that you ever want to live in Puerto Rico, the next thing you should buy is a generator because we have outages.
Dang.
All the time. The electrical infrastructure out there, or the energy infrastructure, is trash. So it's very difficult. Once the light goes out, to try to get some type of stability with your electronics and electricity in general is very difficult. So he might come in and out. He'll work something out, but yeah, I'm sure he'll be good. I know Franklin was trying to make a point. So hopefully we could just keep rolling when he comes back. But what I was thinking of, how relating, because we're talking about feathers, and I think of air, and of course, I sling cards, I sling tarot cards, so in tarot is very representative of messages, right? Messages that I get from spirit, from the other side. And I think there's a lot of similarities and symbolic similarities as far as the tarot and feathers, and I know that air communication is the swords oh my goodness, I'm sorry.
The suit of swords.
Yeah, thank you. The suit of swords, and represents communication and swiftness and things like that. But I think in general, it does represent a connection to the spiritual realm, which translates as transformation and guidance, and the ability to access deeper insights into one's life, or people come to me and I'm able to do it for them. So it serves like as a messenger as well. Tarots serve as a messenger as well. You know, there's a lot of spiritual connection, and as we're talking, as the same thing that we're talking about with feathers, there's a huge spiritual connection when it comes to feathers and receiving them as messages, you know, from higher power or from the subconscious mind, you know. And there's a lot of symbology that we're talking about, colors and everything like that. And tarot, very very distant, Franklin.
Now, would you say the colors that that you get the messages from, did you say they align with like the chakra messages, or is there more to it?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's so many layers. There's so many layers to it. But then at the same time, like I said,
Have the show thing.
let's be Franklin's trying to come through. Give him a minute. There's a huge feedback.
All right, it's gone. We're good. I don't know what happened. We're good now. That was a little trippy.
Oh no, I thought it was Franklin. Oh, okay. I was just trying to see if he could come back with that. But yeah, absolutely. You know, like, I mean, you could get a freaking book, like write a book on all of, you know, the symbols and between the signs and the colors and everything. But it's what the energy, the vibration comes through with, right? That connection. So, you know, you could come to me and you're like, hey, Moon Feather, can you pull me some cards and stuff? You know, and I'll pull you some cards and I'll get the interpretation from spirit and what I'm getting. And then you'll be like, oh, wow, I never thought of it that way. You know, so it's that real connection to spirit. And this is exactly what we're talking about, is that we absolutely, well, I absolutely believe that feathers, birds themselves, are a true connection to the spiritual realm, right? They have this amazing power for with that, and we know how they represent wisdom and how they're very wise as well, right? Like the owl is connected to wisdom, you know, and there's these majestic animals. And often
associated with wisdom, partially because it can see 360 degrees. So
that's wild, right? When they do that, that is so wild. But then that also speaks on their structural, their bone structure. You know, that they're able to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Different, like they have 2 toes in the front and 2 toes in the back. So they have like 2 toes. Like that's way more advanced.
I think they can also see more colors than humans, or at least they can see colors outside of the range that we can see.
Yeah, they probably have really great night vision, obviously, too.
Well, yeah, definitely that, for sure. Yeah. You know, and the fact that Franklin was talking about his eagle and how big it was, you know, often you would hear people talk about these angelic appearings, and a lot of times they were birds, you know, and they just thought that they were angels, you know.
Said that like Gabriel will appear as a raven and that Raphael will appear as a dove.
Oh, look at that.
Michael appears as a transfixed dragon. He does not have like a bird aspect, as far as I know.
Oh, wow. Look at
Raphael
that.
also associated with the lion and Gabriel associated with the wolf.
So, I'm sorry, say that again.
Gabriel is associated with the wolf and the raven, and then Raphael is associated with the lion and the dove.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know that.
Yep. And those birds are pretty common. So like we get messages from angels more than we think.
Yes, I've heard about that as well, you know. So yeah, so that's beautiful. I mean, I was just thinking about that connection with the tarot and that spiritual connection with the feathers or with the birds themselves.
So I'm feeling a little bit. Okay.
Echo, man.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I know what I need to do. I just need to get my volume going here on my handset. It's tricky. You see, I've got two different things going on here. So I can hear myself on my handset talking in my ear. But is my audio okay with you guys?
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds good. It's all right.
Good, good. So yeah, man, I love what you guys are saying. I love where this is going, and you know, I do think that the birds are somehow like a missing link for humans to understand our connection to the astral and to the spiritual kingdoms. Like we were talking, I heard you talking about the angels. And sorry, guys, that I fell off. I'm running on battery, so laptop battery and phone, and I'm using two devices, one for my audio to hear and one to speak through the mic because I refuse to use headphones. I can't use headphones. They freak my ears out.
Yeah,
I
I don't like
think that's probably what connects me to birds so much because I've got like really super hearing.
same.
Yeah, me too.
And
Like I'm very audio sensitive.
Yeah.
exactly. So I can relate to the birds so well because like I'm like I know you guys like the smaller sounds are I think that's possibly what makes birds so much in tune with the astral field because the astral I think is something that we hear more than we experience in other senses, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Um, it's a very abstract sense. And if we think of sound, how abstract sound is, if you just close your eyes and go into sound and realize, my gosh, it's abstract. It's not like vision or touch, which are like quite concrete senses, right? Sound is this whole thing which is totally dependent upon the imagination. If you close your eyes in a dark room and listen to something, like it could take on a life of its own. You know, even listening to water flowing or the river or the sea, if you close your eyes and listen to it, it becomes an entire universe that's like living in your ears. And so I think like this is possibly what connects us to this spiritual plane in the most profound ways.
Yeah, I feel like people like started language from hearing the melodies of the birds. And the to me, like the really part that is the most poignant to me is that the birds, you see the birds teaching their young how to sing these songs. And they're beautiful songs, like you could kind of almost like they might be like the music of the past where people would maybe hum those songs along to themselves or whistle those songs. And then over time, they kind of learned that as the birds can sing these songs and teach them to their young, we can sing our message and teach it to our young. And so I feel like we emulated that aspect of the teaching from the birds. It's also said that, like in China, they say that part of the influence of language comes from the whistling of the wind in the trees, and that influenced us to have music. And then from the music came the song and the words. But also in Chinese language, their language is sung in 5 different tones. So when you speak it, you have to speak it in 5 different tones to be able to have certain meanings that for each word that you can say that word 5 different ways and it has 5 different meanings in that sense.
That kind of explains why in a lot of you know Asian music they use a lot of pentatonic scales in their compositions. That's how you get that kind of that sound. So that's kind of interesting that you mentioned that, and that there's a kind of connection between like the way they process sound and how their music is structured.
Yeah, their music's really different. Like the flute is kind of more similar to ours, but like when they play that like string instrument, I don't know if it's a lute or what. It's like really, really exotic. It's way different than like Western music. I love the sound of it. Like the Japanese play that song of the lute. It's like really kind of like buzzy. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think it's featured in The Last Samurai, I want to say, but I'd like to know more about it. I'd love to be able to learn that instrument. It sounds really cool. Then another one that's kind of like that is in Brazil when people do capoeira, which is like a fighting style based off of like a dance that the slaves would do to hide their teaching of a fighting style that they were doing. But they use what's called a bibumbao, I think, something like that. and they play that along with to make the rhythm and the melody to go along with the dance of the fighting style, and they kind of do like a breakdancing style fighting. It's really cool. I've done it before, but the instrument is very strange. It's kind of a little bit off. Both of these instruments are kind of like a gourd with some strings, like kind of a very primitive string instrument, but they have a really good resonance to them. And it gives you like a kind of a very poignant feeling.
I love those instruments. And listen, guys, it looks like I'm going to drop off for a while. I've
Okay.
only got one small backup battery left to get launched my Wi-Fi, which I'll come back on in like an hour. I hear my big machine backup battery just beeping at me, which tells me that this whole thing's going to kick off at any point. So if I do kick off, sorry, I'm going to go and try and take a look with my other phone and see when that comes back, and maybe I can actually. Oh, there's an idea.
Go
I
on your
can
phone.
probably use my handset with my mobile phone internet if I can find a place where I can get a good enough signal. Signal.
Yeah, the
Tricky,
Wi-Fi.
because where I live, like mobile signal is bad, which is one of the reasons I love living here. But I love what you guys are saying, and you know that instrument that you're talking about, that the fighting, that gets people in the mood for fighting. There is something quite profound about, the movement of the body and sound and the rhythm, and how birds are plugged into that proverbial rhythm, which is like the heart of the shamanic path, which is because shamanism is all about leaving the body, and leaving the body is being in tune with the principle of rhythm in order to tune the heartbeat to that right frequency, so that the body and the consciousness can be separated in order to experience, other reality, instead of the mundane, usual, normal day to day that we sort of take for granted. But I'm going to love you and leave you guys in a minute.
We'll hold it down.
Sending you all
You
big
don't have
love.
to apologize. You don't have to apologize, Franklin. I told him that it's very difficult in places where the electrical infrastructure goes down and it takes some time to come back up. But and listen, if you have to end the show, then whatever, because I know it could be difficult.
Keep it going. I will get back. Unfortunately, this is totally on me. I didn't see a power cut coming because I didn't check, but we don't have power cuts anymore. We had one power cut in the last 5 months, 6 months, or a year. So I wouldn't expect power cuts, but it seems like they're starting again. So I should have charged my huge battery setup, which I used the last time we had one power cut, and I thought I charged it, but I obviously hadn't. But now I know, keep that blooming backup deck charged, because with the charge in that system, I can get through a round table, basically. Keeping the lights on and my computer on and the mic on, and,
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. No, handle your business. That's more important. And we'll try to keep this going. I have to leave in a few minutes, but I'll stay on as long as I can.
Cool. We're gonna keep it going here, guys. So, as far as like the origins of language, it's thought that language came from Africa based on the idea that they have more sounds and letters in their alphabets. Some of those sounds being clicks sounds, maybe a whistle sound, some things that are maybe like closer to actual sounds of birds, interestingly. But as you go further away from Africa, there's less sounds in an alphabet. But other theories suggest that language came from Mesopotamia, because as they go further away from Sumer and Babylon and Acadia, then there's less cognates in the languages. So a cognate is like words that sound similar across languages. And so we see more cognates tracing us back towards Sumer. And I think that's, possible for both of these theories to really be onto something here. I feel like, yes, spoken word was invented in probably Africa and then spread out as Homo heidelbergensis, then diversified from there, our primitive ancestor, according to anthropology's view. then diversified into the Denisovans and the Neanderthals as it went across the Mediterranean and moved further into the Altai Mountains and such. So it's pretty cool how we have languages like out in Hawaii where there's really not that many letters in their alphabets, but it's a really beautiful language still.
Yeah, I've also been when you mentioned like sort of like alphabet, but I'm thinking about music and particularly like shamanic drumming and the differences between different cultures. What I found fascinating is that depending upon whether those cultures had access to entheogens or not, that changed that relationship. So countries like, for example, like in South America, where they have all this access to ayahuasca and psilocybin, a lot of the drum beats were very simple and very straightforward. Whereas in Africa, because they didn't have as much access to entheogens, they had to develop much more complex rhythm structures in order to gain that same trance-like state. I always thought that's fascinating. And I wonder, and I think when it comes to like, when it comes to language development, I have to think that music and language have to have a kind of one-to-one relationship as to how, how language develops. Because if you're used to kind of dancing to a certain rhythm, then that has to influence the sort of the cadence and structure of the language in which that the culture's music sort of centers around.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's really cool. I feel like there's so much entheogens in the world, and in Africa they have Iboga there, I think, right? It's one of the prevalent ones that they have.
Yeah, I believe so. It's native to there.
Yeah, and that one is kind of like, to me, I think that's similar to like ayahuasca, where it's not really like a recreational one like mushrooms would be, because it's kind of more of like a difficult experience, but you gain a lot from it. That's what I've heard a lot from the Iboga. It can be really good to reprogram yourself and like change old habits and stuff and quit addictions and things like that, but not necessarily like a fun vision or anything like that from what I've heard. So that would make sense why it wouldn't be as widely used. But I know that like there's a lot of like festive culture in Africa amongst the tribes. They have like very festive dress and dance, and I would imagine song as well.
Yeah,
it's pretty beautiful. And it's said that like it's thought that the Africans came over to influence the development of the Mesoamerican culture, based on the idea that the Olmec heads, which the Olmecs came before the Toltecs and the Mayans, and the Aztecs and such. I think Aztecs came before Mayans, after Toltecs, but yeah, the Olmec heads do resemble an African American facial features. But some people have suggested that that's not necessarily true, that there's some Mexican people that have those similar features as well. So it's not necessarily known, but one thing that's known is that there's reed boats in Africa are identical to the reed boats used in Mesoamerica. So that's almost a surefire sign that there was a cross-Atlantic voyage that was made. And you have to think about like the Egyptian mythology suggests that like when you die, your body goes west. And it said that Osiris was like on that boat going west to be able to find the underworld. And so maybe when Quetzalcoatl arrived on a boat of snakes, maybe that's reeds. They didn't understand that you could make a boat out of reeds, and that he had came from the east to go west to the underworld and had found his way there, and it had an influence on that culture. But there's a lot of tie-ins there and a lot of parallels between Osiris and Quetzalcoatl, but there's also a lot of tie-ins between Quetzalcoatl and Jehudi or Thoth, in that he was a god of wisdom. So there's some interesting things there. But the feathered serpent god, you have to think about that. The feathered serpent, the gods are usually associated with a snake, being associated with wisdom, or sometimes a bird, being associated with wisdom as well, and religious or secular or mystical thinking. We see Thoth being associated with the ibis because he was a moon god, and the beak of the ibis resembles the crescent of the moon. So in that sense, it's not necessarily because the bird represented wisdom, but because it was associated with the moon. But typically, the bird feather is associated with wisdom. For one sense, it's the idea that like the birds can fly, and so if you're associated with the birds, it's like in your mind is able to rise and fly, which might be tying into like the experience of the out-of-body experience, the ability to go up and out of the body and be able to, for your spirit to fly out into the divine realm, into the ethereal and astral realms. And so we could draw that connection between the representation of the sages being associated with birds and the ascension of the spirit.
And to also kind of point out, like how Moonfeather was mentioning earlier, that the bones of these birds are very hollow and they're very light in weight. And I think there's this kind of a symbolic relationship there too, that when you kind of feel light in your overall kind of like demeanor and the way you present yourself, the more you kind of feel like not as tethered to the earth, the more you kind of feel like you're able to fly and float around. You don't feel as heavy. Because one of the things about like depression is that there's a heaviness to it. And I think that's why in the Never Ending Story, depression was symbolized with a swamp. It's like you're sinking into the mud and you can't, quite get out. Whereas kind of like, flight and being, light like a bird is sort of like the opposite of that. I think that's why birds are associated with happiness, because there's a sort of a lightness to it, a sort of you don't feel as tethered to the ground, don't feel as pulled in by gravity. So I think that's important to talk about too.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that makes a lot of sense when it comes to like the weighing of the feather in ancient Egypt against the heart. And so if you're lighthearted and you're like, you're not heavy hearted, and then you get to, in the ancient ways of the matriarchal ways, you would ascend and become a star. But then after Amun-Ra came and kind of cancel cultured everything and then reset everything, he made it so that nobody actually ascends. But if you pay a pharaoh, you'll be allowed to be reincarnated. Now, before that time, everybody would be reincarnated if they didn't do the right thing and live the right life and live a life of compassion and goodness and not use any of the 42 transgressions of Ma'at. And so I don't know if it's like this, but they might have made it so that you could have made some of those transgressions but righted your ways. I'm not sure if that was part of their system, but originally they said you could ascend. Now later, as the Amun-Ra and the secret cult of Amun made it so that the high priestesses became temple prostitutes, and then they made the advent of gold as currency, they then made it so that you could then pay the priest gold to be allowed to be reincarnated is the best case scenario, being reincarnated. But then at that point, a bad case scenario would be if you didn't lead a good life or pay the rabbi, or pay the priest rather, then your body would and soul would be consumed by Sobek, the crocodile god, and you would be stricken from ever having existed in any of your past lives if you did get reincarnated previously. So there's a very drastically stark difference between the matriarchal system and the fallen patriarchal system.
Just kind of interesting. It just sort of parallel. It's like things haven't changed when it comes to like corruption of spirituality, and like it's no different than the sort of the televangelists of today, telling their followers, if you donate all this money to me so that I can buy a private jet, God is going to bless you with miracles. So it's kind of, you kind of see that behavior still goes on in ancient times.
Yeah. But like, interestingly, one thing that was consistent as the shift happened was that Ma'at remained to be the one that would determine whether you would be rewarded or punished at death. So that was interesting, but I feel like that's something that was considered to be like bait when it comes to like changing an entire mythology and corrupting it, they usually keep some of the tethers of like what the old familiarity was to be able to reel people in and maybe give them like a little nugget of wisdom to make them think there's more to it. Then they fall into conforming to a broken system. But luckily, Ma'at was always associated with the one that would give the judgment at death. And so her feather was the thing that would do the discernment. So there's a lot of symbolism there, and it's impressive that they continued to use the goddess at that point. I'm glad they did. But Thoth was the messenger of the gods, and he would be the scribe of Ma'at to write down what the decision was made after weighing the feather. And then there was Anubis was there as well to hold the scale, I believe.
I think Anubis also wasn't it the breath of life? What is it called? Like he like when you once you like just first left your body, he would like I don't know what was it? What there's like a term for it. I forget what it's called.
I don't
where
know.
he like
Ka. No,
yeah, it might have been something like that.
Yeah. It's like the one is the soul, and the other one's like the spirit of life or something. I want to say
Yes.
the Ba is the soul. And they're like portrayed as birds sometimes with like a human head. It's kind of weird.
I know because there's like a Boards of Canada track named after this.
Oh, I love Birds of Canada.
Yeah, God, they're so good, man. Probably one of my favorite bands of probably one of my top bands of all time.
Yeah, me too. They're like really like experimental and awesome. Like I like Amon Tobin too, and like Square Pusher, like that whole genre of like
Opening the Mouth. That's what I was looking for. It's they called it the Opening the Mouth, and that was like something about like Anubis would like breathe in and give you second life, so that you kind of go through the trials of the afterlife or whatever. Man, it's kind of interesting to think about like how much like in ancient times, how much more terrifying the afterlife was depicted as like, you know, opposed to now. Like even in like ancient Sumer, like I think it was Babylonian or something that they had a really depressing afterlife. It's like they didn't even really have heaven or hell. People just kind of like wandered around this like gray desert cave for all eternity. And like you had to like basically pay someone to get like a slightly better seat in that world.
Oh my god. It's a rough gig, man. It sounds like the land of Nod or something. I can just imagine Cain just like wandering with his head down, like, where the hell am I?
Yeah.
That sucks. But yeah, there's some really dark like underworld myths, like in China and India. There's like these like really dark like reptilian demons in the underworld that'll tear you up if you don't do right. So I feel like part of that is like fear programming. Like they're gonna try to make you like do good just because you don't want to end up being punished in that.
Yeah.
But they do kind of speak as if they're like real beings. Like the Rakshas were like the giants, and then you got the but no, there's the I think it's called the DU, the DIYU, the Chinese underworld. There's two of them, I believe. There's the Naraka, which is like the dark one.
It's like the hell in Buddhism, right? The Narakas.
Yeah. So that's associated with
They have
China.
cold and hot ones.
Yeah. So like the Norse one is cold, which like that's like the real hell, like from the goddess Hel, from Helheim. So it's a cold place where like if you're in like the Norse region, like cold is bad. Like if you was in a warm place, that'd be good. If it was like a nice warm place with fires, like, well, I'm going there. It's too cold here. How can we get there? So it's kind of like it's just like kind of geographically kind of referenced as to what hell is. If you're in a cold place, it's more colder. If you're in a hot place, it's more hotter.
But I think also that kind of like paints a bigger picture that hell is a place that has extreme conditions. It has extreme heat, extreme cold, and heaven is a place where the heat and the cold are properly balanced. And I think you think about the places where, you know, life forms are where life, there's the forests are the lushest and the animals are the prettiest, are always the places where the heat and the cold seem to be properly balanced. Whereas the places where there's too much heat and there's too much cold, there's not really a lot of life forms that are manifesting themselves.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think it's also interesting how like certain animals are associated with like crossing those portals into the other realm. Like if you see a raven like land on your roof and crow, it's supposed to be a sign that somebody in the home will die. And also they say that like a cat knows when somebody's going to pass, and so a cat will go on somebody's bed and that's a sign that it's about to pass. But these animals seem to have perceptions of like where we're going and tend to warn us or like inform us of like what portal we're about to pass through into another realm, which is pretty impressive. But like I think a dove is associated with hope and peace and love, but I don't know if a dove is associated with death and like a good death. Have you ever heard anything like that? I've never really heard of it, but
I don't think I've heard of it either, but it kind of sounds like it makes sense.
yeah. So it's interesting. We don't really like have that narrative of like a good death in like the West as much as they do in the East, particularly the Japanese. Were a very strict culture and they believed in having a good death in the sense that like dishonor was like not worth living for. And if you were willing to die instead of like living in dishonor, you did the right thing. So it was very interesting how people would conform to that. But I feel like it as a collective, they were doing the right thing for the collective. And they were willing to be humble enough to not continue on and persist if they were becoming a problem in society. And they probably understood that through death, it wasn't necessarily the end. And so I think a lot of in the East, they considered to be death to be like a place of peace where you return to the void. And I know in Buddhism, they say that like in death, you want to be able to not be reincarnated and go into the void of nirvana to escape from the cycles, which to me, I feel like that's a bit odd. I think as I appeal more to Taoism and it resonates more with me. And the Taoist said that the Buddhists were trying to push their way upstream, trying to escape this world. They're missing out on the potential they have here to be mindful and enjoy their time here while they have it now. And so the Taoists would be more about trying to meditate to be one with the environment and really be present in it. Whereas the Buddhists will try to meditate to escape this world and go to another place, never to return.
We also have to think about the metaphysical differences between Buddhism and Taoism. With Buddhism, you have that singular emptiness, and so that emptiness being sort of primary reality, and then the material world is seen as an illusion because everything is just that empty oneness. Whereas with Taoism, you have that dynamic between the yin and the yang. You have the I forget which one is yin and which one's yang, but you have the one that's like, white, which is kind of like more of that kind of like, I don't know. It's like there's a different relationship between the world. It's like it looks at the material world and the natural world as sort of part of the yin yang dynamic, like the mind and sort of nature, the divine mind and nature. Whereas with Buddhism, it's kind of seen everything as just mind. And I guess I forget which one is yin and which one's yang.
Yang is it's yang, male, and the black one is yin, female.
Yeah, so I feel like with Buddhism, it's almost like it's only yin or yang. It's only like one of those two. And so there's this kind of an antagonistic relationship with the physical world. Whereas the Taoist, you see that there's a kind of a dialectical relationship between these two aspects of reality. So I think that's probably why there's more of a respect towards nature and its reverence towards it, and maybe not as much of an incentive to escape it. And I've always think too that Buddhism is actually very Gnostic in that regard. It actually has a lot of similarities to the kind of the Gnostic way of thinking, where the material world is false and fallen, and we have to sort of escape from it.
That's true. I see a lot of parallels there. That's a good point. Yeah, there's a lot of talk in Taoism about like joining the birds and the beasts in the wilderness. And they say that like we can learn a lot from the birds, and that we should just sing like the birds and dance through nature and life. And they talk a lot about not being too serious about things, particularly not being too serious about things we haven't seen, that realms we haven't been to. But they like to kind of poetically like explore like what those realms are. And so, in relevance to the theme today of the Dance of the Butterfly, the story of Shuang Tzu says that in one of his parables, that in death we might realize that we were failing to return home, and so maybe we'll realize that this was a dream, and maybe we could think that we were actually a butterfly, but we had the dream of being a human, and we can go back to being a butterfly once again. And so he doesn't really pin down like what necessarily is the case, but he shows there's like a scale of possibilities there. And in Taoism, they don't necessarily focus on just the yin and yang. They kind of focus more on the yin within the yang and the yang within the yin. And so it's more about the understanding the balance of the two, like you said. So there's a lot more wisdom there and a deeper association with nature. But at the same time, we have the Buddhists have that strong association with like the Heavenly Father, or like the wisdom of the divine spirit.
Mm-hmm. And also consider with Buddhism, when you look at the 6 sort of realms of reincarnation, the animal realm was thought to be lower than the human realm, and that kind of says a lot about the their framework too. Because sometimes I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Like maybe like on an intellectual level, but not necessarily on a spiritual level. It seems like they always say like, oh, humans, we're at a higher level of understanding. But at the same time, it's like animals seem like they have a better way of like letting go. Like you think about like when a human gets torn apart by like lions or whatever, they kind of scream and they flay around. Whereas like they say if like a gazelle will get attacked, they just kind of like stay limp and just sort of don't resist and sort of let it happen. And I think about that example, and I think who is really more in line with the universe, us or them? It seems like animals are in a lot of ways more in alignment with the universe than we are. So I never understood the idea that like animals are supposedly like a lower level than us.
I feel like it has a lot to do with the fact that like the divine spirit knows that we're in a really vulnerable place. And so if we see ourselves as lower than, it's going to be harder for us to like have pride for ourselves and see hope, and envision a better future. And so we've kind of like put ourselves on this pedestal of self-glorification to be able to say that like we're the best because these are our best qualities, and like we need to focus on like what is our best quality, what can we do best, like how can we enhance ourselves. I think that's really what where we're at right now. We need to come to a better way for ourselves as a collective, and so like every one of us has a chance to try a different way and give input to the collective, but most people don't go against the conformity of the collective. So there's only really a few individuals in society that are willing to take their light into the dark. But I feel like the more of those individuals come along, they become, sometimes they're contested during their lives, but they become like a hero to us, and we follow in their guidance a lot of times when people can find a better way, once you realize that it actually is one. We will fight it at first, thinking that like we're on a good path right now, and if this is like a distraction, it's going to bring us to a lower path, and it's not going to be what it promises. We don't want to take that. So we're pretty guarded against changing our ways. But we've seen that like in the past few centuries since the Renaissance period, there's been drastic changes in society, some for the best and some not for the best. But there's been a lot of big influences from people that are able to use that birdly wisdom to sing a new song and beat a new drum.
But I think to counter that though, you also have to think about the Icarus myth, the idea of flying so high that you kind of like burn up into the sun and sort of fall to the ground. I think that's kind of like because you're talking about the Renaissance, which is obviously the dawn of the Enlightenment, where rationalism and science kind of took place, and you're talking about that birdly flight. And I can't help but thinking that there is a kind of, when you look at science and you look at kind of the signs, there is that kind of Icarus-esque kind of like foolishness where it's like you feel like you can kind of like go way farther than your limits can really like pass us. And so we kind of in our hubris, like we get so caught up in our own ingenuity and our own intelligence that we kind of overlook and see past the intelligence that exists within nature. And I think that's kind of like, why I bring up the whole, animal thing, is that in a way that the less intelligence and consciousness we see in nature, the more alienated we become towards it, and the more antagonistic and hostile we feel towards that process, because in a way, I'm like, it's like the less nature you think is intelligent or in control or conscious, the more of the incentive you have to dominate and control it, because it seemed like this blind kind of mindless thing that needs to be kind of cracked with a whip and kept on a leash. Whereas if you see that nature has an intelligence to it and it has a kind of a process and a wisdom of its own, then you kind of realize like, oh, I don't really need to lock this thing in a cage to sort of protect myself. I could just kind of let it off to be as it is. And I think that when we start to get away from this idea that like only we're intelligent, we become less alienated from the world. I think that's why a lot of like in the 20th century people have become so nihilistic, because we've been so taught that only we have consciousness and everything is sort of dead and mechanical. So I think that's important to consider.
Well, I think what it reflects is that like we're in a drastically different state of mind than the animals are. I feel like that's because we don't really thrive off of instincts, and so what our instincts are do not give us thrival. It requires that we have to have this civilization, this communication with each other, and have to learn from each other, from words, to be able to get where we're at today. So I feel like it'd be kind of silly to assume that like animals had been on the same page and that we're better than us, because I feel like to me that this means that we're in a trial state of like transformation, where we're trying to learn how to have new instincts, because we're probably in a new habitat wherever we were before, or we were created as like a hybrid and we need to like find our niche, but like animals have been in their niche and they are in thrival, so they don't really have to like question anything right now. They can just go with the flow. So I think for us, it's easier to think of ourselves as better, because we have this ability to like transform not only ourselves, but like the world around us. Like we have a big influence on the habitats that we influence around ourselves too. No, the animals don't really have that capacity. But like you said, I feel like our advantages are like more intellectual, and they're definitely not physiological. But as far as spiritual, that's really questionable, because you can see humans on like both sides of the spectrum, but animals don't really go that far out to the extremes when it comes to
right. Exactly. I believe that for sure. It's where we humans, we go beyond that instinct, those instinct driven behaviors, that's the characteristic of the animal kingdom. I believe that we're here for the sole purpose, right? To understand that we are, these spiritual soul beings. You don't see animals going off and having shaman retreats. They're already built to do what they're supposed to do here, even if it is part of the programming, but their purpose is completely different, and we have this complexity of thought. We do have advanced cognitive abilities. We have the critical thinking and the ability to solve problems, but these are all skills that we have to develop, as opposed to animals already know what to do. It's already built in them, but their job is much more different than us. So their purpose here, their spirit. Animals are spirit. What I feel we're soul beings. Animals are spirit beings, and I feel that we're soul beings, which are two different things. Not that, not trying to say that, humans are above animals, we can relate to them and connect to them and we love them. But I'll tell you one thing, I'm not gonna, choose an animal over my own child. You know what I'm saying? So there's a huge difference when it comes to that.
Yeah. So I guess I kind of need to sort of like clarify my position here. I'm not necessarily trying to imply that animals are necessarily better than humans, but I think as humans evolved and we developed these skills of intellect, reason, imagination, we gained all of these new abilities and these new ways of perceiving and experiencing reality. But at the same time, I feel like there's a kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater dynamic in regards to our relationship with nature. It's like we have the imagination, we have intellect, we have reason, but we still have those animal instincts within us. And so what happens is it's like there's two different forces within us pulling in two different directions. You have one, it's like you have the animal side pulling you towards the left, and you have the spiritual side pulling you towards the right, and you're just kind of being ripped apart in the middle. And I guess one of the things, like with my Fae path, it's trying to figure out how to get those two dynamics so that they're both pointing in the same direction, that there's a sort of alignment with them. So I think by sort of recognizing and understanding that animal instinct, because sometimes I feel like the way we kind of overcome our animal instincts is with shame or guilt or fear or punishment and those kind of things, and we kind of demonize certain qualities within ourselves that could be somewhat divine and related to nature, but because there's some human beings who kind of think they're better than nature, they lose part of the wisdom. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is that while we've gained certain wisdom and spiritual abilities, there's also this kind of the sense of, hey, we also have to kind of look back into our past, because there's a few important things that we dropped and forgotten along the way. And then once we kind of integrate, sort of the divine side of the spirit and the soul and the divine side of the natural and the organic and the spiritual side of nature, then I think we can kind of get a more complete picture of who we are and how we're sort of connected to the world.
Okay. Yeah, I love that. And I feel like the values that humans have in superiority kind of are not stabilizing. So like we can see that like the human species is very rapidly changing, and we have the ability to create technologies and use our intellect to alter the world around us and reinterpret the world around us, and we represent the world around us to one another. And so we've seen this has taken a lot of different forms throughout the ages and throughout the decades even. And things have been really changing technologically rapidly, so much even over the past 200 years has been night and day, completely different than the world before it. So, and it's said in mythology that there were times before this where things rose and fell before, and it's said that the technology got so high that it was destructive, and that the gods had to destroy us, and that the people became somewhat fallen after the technology became higher somewhat as well. And I don't know if that's due to the technology or if that was just a correlation between the two things both happening simultaneously, maybe from overindulgence being one of the things that comes from the effortlessness of having things be so easy with the technology doing all the work for us, but when we have to do toiling in the fields to be able to have crops to be able to eat, it keeps us busy for longer, and we can really humble ourselves by having to do that kind of thing. But going out to do work for somebody else and then coming home to try to make ends meet in today's fallen economical society is really not being too great for a lot of folks right now. And so it's being said that over the next decade, there's going to be rapid environmental changes, and that people are going to change and leave the urban centers and go back to work in their own fields and stuff, and go back to agrarian life and gain their sovereignty back.
I think that that would be wonderful, right? Because there's a lot more balance in that. Living in Puerto Rico for 15 years, I had, have a property where I just, limited technology, and I just got back to doing things more in connection with with nature and stuff. I had my own little garden and animals and stuff like that, but everything had its place, right? So I had to make sure I took care of the animals. I had to make sure I took care of the land, my home, and everything. We have that ability to do that. But I don't think, commenting on what Cosmic said, that that we should overcome our animal instincts. I think we have that for a specific reason, because if we're thrown in the middle of a jungle somewhere, right, or we find ourselves in a situation like I did with Hurricane Maria, where everything was shut down. Everything was shut down. There was disaster all the way around. I had to really kick my instincts in high drive, to be able to. So I had to go out, get food. I had to go out, get water. I had to make sure my home was protected from other vandals and even animals as well, because animals suffer as well. You have these dogs, these wild dogs that run in packs in Puerto Rico. They could easily take down a child. So once the environment changes, they become even more animalistic. So there's a lot of things that people don't take into consideration or don't understand because they've never been through a situation like that. So I think we've been giving those instincts for a reason. Now, not everyone knows how to tame them. That's why there's savages out there. But we have the ability to tame it, right? So just because you're a nice person, you can't convince the bear that you're a nice person and you would never harm it, and you love animals and you love nature, you love trees, you love the bird. That bear is still going to eat you. So I think there's a huge difference. You know what I'm saying? But I think that it's all about spiritual awareness. If we're on that vibe, everything else will balance out. And that it all depends on everyone's own personal journey. You know what I'm saying? We have the capacity spiritually to distinguish, a lot of things, whether it's with people or even if it's with ourselves. We seek meaning and purpose beyond survival. And I think a majority of people are on that, just as Indy was saying, where we're living in a time where things are they're tough now. They just may be, even more difficult, that people are going to start searching, to connect more with nature and break away. And I think, listen, if that works for you, hey, that works for you. And if somebody decides to go another route, they want to be part of the system, then that's what works well for them. I'm not here to convince anyone hey, this is a better path or whatever the case is. Everybody's spiritual journey on this on this 3D is everyone's journey, their own personal journey.
Yeah. In our journeys and stuff, we all have different needs, and it's not like a universal answer, but
exactly.
It's generally say that we could all use a little bit of transformation. We don't have these instincts that we can just go off of for things to work out. We have to go through trials and tribulations and difficult challenges, and it requires transformation going through that stuff. So we want to be able to transform in the right direction, because we can transform into a different way, and we can go into more difficult, more challenging directions with our transformation sometimes, and it can be challenging for everybody around us to have to cope with us becoming fallen and not being able to see our potential, to be able to have the tools to be able to use it to rise. So there's been so many ways we try to reach out to help each other amongst the human species, like to try to offer different systems of guidance. But I feel like animals are always here watching over us, and like we can learn so much from them. Not everybody appeals to that and won't
Right.
resonate as much, but they're always like kind of like giving us their vibes and stuff. So I feel like they say autistic kids, like if they have a pet or even a plant at their house, it allows some kind of a cycle to allow their energy to not stagnate and to be able to like more
Oh
have
my gosh, yes.
like flowing and like connecting
Right.
and changing to balance it out. So I feel like the animals are always there to help us balance us out through this transition. And we have like our ally animals that we like look to like give us comfort and that we like try to feed and be close to. And then we have those animals that we fear or that we don't like. But like everybody's got their little choices of like which animals are in which party of that. And
Right.
they're always around us. So we can really learn so much by just maybe like feeling their impression on us. And like with nature, it's like, oh, some people don't like any animals or bugs, and
Yeah,
nature,
exactly. Yeah, and I met them as well. Right, exactly.
that's some people are like that. And so you have to understand like the different scales of like our closeness to them and our distance from them can be drastic, but like we all have some kind of relation. And
Right.
what does it say about our species' connection with Mother Nature? Like a lot of people might think that's because like we don't really belong here, and we need to go back to where we are at.
Exactly.
It's interesting. That's really
Oh,
interesting.
it's so funny that you say that, because I think that even, how sometimes, as you were saying, there's some people that don't vibe well with animals, or they do have animals that they do vibe with. And I think nature also has to play that off with each other as well, right? So what I was thinking about before is how feathers, right? Because that's the topic, right? I want to go back to that, how feathers, they also represent, or really do have a vibe of symbolizing a tree as well, right? So the shaft is the trunk, and the things that the barbs that stick out are the branches, right? So if you look, so check this out. If you look at a pine tree, right? If you look at a pine tree and you look at the branch of a pine, it looks just like a feather. The pines are the barbs, and then the shaft is a little branch. So if you look at it, it looks like a freaking feather, a tree of feathers, right? So this is why I say birds are very deeply connected also to trees. Not only us, but I think and vice versa. I think trees mimic birds as well, because they have like this symbiotic relationship with one another, right? Although trees symbolize life, growth, connection to the earth, right? Birds are more associated with, like, the air, spirit, freedom, flight, the ability to transcend, from this physical limitation, and spiritual ascension. And trees provide, so it's like in terms like, hey, trees say, I'll provide shelter and nesting and a resting space for you, because I'm kind of missing that ethereal, even though I'm grounded and my roots are grounded into the earth, and I represent that grounding vibe. But I kind of miss a little, I miss that ethereal, even though the branches are reaching out and feeling the energy, but they could never take flight. So it's like, hey, I'll provide this for you, and you could provide this for me. So so that connection, the way that the tree is built reflects, or it's mimicking the bird, because the bird offers a lot of wonderful things to the trees as well, right? They through their poop, they offer fertilizer to the tree. They take off insects that are infectious to the trees. So it's like they pay each other back and forth, like making that community, just as we have the ability to build a community within ourselves, right within our own spiritual path and our walk, finding our vibe tribe. So it's like trees and birds are their vibe tribe. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's beautiful. That's you really see that spiritual connection between earth and heaven when you think of trees and birds, because I think that's beautiful.
It is like totally, you can kind of see birds that will sometimes stand on like one foot, and they like look like a little tree with like a little like.
Oh right! Oh my God! Yes, that's right, exactly.
And like I feel like that's like a big thing that you see in nature, where things that are like close to each other can kind of resemble each other sometimes, or in some ways. And I feel like, to me, like it might be like trying to point us to something that where like our cells, like our mitochondria in our cells, are like doing so much for us. And I feel like they probably are like the ones that like enable us to like have our like thoughts, because like there's 10 times more of them like in our neurons, and so like they create the energy. So they might just be creating more energy because it's like an electrical circuit, but I feel like it's because like they're probably involved in like what those signals are. Like I feel like there's like so many more of them in the brain, like 200 in every cell, neurons in the brain. So it's like really interesting. I feel like they live like by like a little waterway or like a road where they get everything and like give everything back to, just like we do. They live in a little house. Like it's really interesting to me how many parallels there are with us and them. And so I feel like they're maybe like trying to point us to like the fact that it's kind of where our world here is like a fractal of their world, like kind of a mirror reflection somewhat. And there's like so many of their little kinds. So like there's like a whole diversity of us, like different kinds even amongst each kind. So it's like really interesting to see how that also plays out with like different things reflecting each other. But like a really good one is like we see how plant life and animals like balance each other out. Like we breathe out what they breathe in, and vice versa.
Oh, beautiful.
We give out, they take in, like in the ground and stuff too. So that's awesome. And then you also have like mushrooms, which are kind of like in the middle. They're like the messenger one, where like like are like us, where they like breathe like us, and like they like digest like us, but they digest outside of themselves. And so we have like the same kind of like needs, like and like stuff like that. They like plants, but they'll have like plants that have just like fallen down and just like kind of broken down for them to digest easier and stuff. And like we like ferment plants and stuff too. So it's like a lot of similarities between us. But they are able to like help the plants underground, like give messages of like what the plants need and like where they can get different things, and they send different minerals and like water across to different places to help everything work out. So they really help. They're like they help the web of life like so much, but they're like really mysterious. But mushrooms can really help people so much, because like Japanese people live really long, mainly because they eat like mushrooms, like so many different mushrooms, and like they also like fish, which is like anti-inflammatory and like brain food. So their diets are like really helpful to help them like have great health. But mushrooms can be very helpful for so many things. Like if anybody has like anxiety or like panic attacks or PTSD or anything like that, like reishi mushrooms can be really helpful to address that by working on the adrenal axis and polyvagal nerve and stuff. So there's so many different mushrooms that can help for so many things. Like I had brain surgery before, and I've used lion's mane to help me with like memory recovery. And mushrooms are super cool. And it's interesting how there's like different animals will take psychedelic mushrooms. Like foxes are known to take psychedelic mushrooms.
Yes. And other animals too, you know, like cats, they eat grass when their stomach isn't doing well because they know that the grass is going to offer, you know, healing.
Yeah. And like cows definitely eat them because we get like the golden teacher mushrooms from Black Angus cows, and they carry it in their gut and stuff. So we get it from their like cow patties and stuff naturally, and then people like take those spores and grow them in the lab with like formica or whatever, rice patties or something.
Right. You know, there's this, I haven't looked into it, but there's this analogy of how mushroom as a fungus, like there's like a, like saying that we are mushrooms or something like that. I really haven't looked into it, but like the human species, something about because they're fungus and we're bacteria, that I haven't looked it up yet, but I'm sure you've heard of it.
Yeah, there's so many similarities between us. Like they can make like leather out of mushrooms and stuff, which is pretty cool. And mushrooms, like they can do so many things. You can make fuel from mushrooms, and just humans and mushrooms have so much in common. Like the mushrooms tend to like use different structures like rocks and trees to climb on. They don't have any like skeleton or bone structure, but their mycelium can get so huge that like they're the biggest organism in the entire world. It's like a mushroom or a fungal mycelium, like underground, that's like across a couple of different states here in the United States. Really huge. Bigger.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
So it was really interesting. But like I mentioned earlier, like we have so much in common, like digestively and respiratorily, and they're like really they have a lot in common with us on the cellular level, you know. But like they're fruit bodies that we see. When you see like a mushroom, that's just their little fruit body, and that's just like just a really small part of the mushroom. Most of their body is like the mycelium underground, which is like what you think of the roots of a plant. Those are much bigger than the fruit bodies usually, and can extend when you see like a fairy circle of mushrooms. They have like the same mycelium underground, so
yes,
it's like much bigger than the mushroom.
They say that that's from what I heard, right? They say that's also very, very spiritual, and something about like the fairies doing something like don't ever pick or don't ever touch them because that's something, you know, I don't know, the fairies or the fae. I don't understand that too much, but I have heard of that.
They said that they'll snatch you up if you go inside the circle or something.
Yeah, that's right. I heard that too. That's so wild.
Yeah.
That's so wild. Yeah, definitely. That's crazy.
Yeah. But like, yeah, with all this stuff, I can't help but imagine like butterflies, like, you know, doing their little dance and flapping little wings and just laying out little mushrooms all the time. I don't know if that's just like something that people like to portray in art because it's like really cute and it like kind of works together, or if it's like a thing.
Really? You seen a connection with that?
Yeah, like there's always like little gnomes and stuff, and like little butterflies and like mushrooms and stuff, like or like the killer in the mushroom, like smoking the hookah, like he's gonna become a butterfly. All right.
Well, I've never had the experience of, taking mushrooms, ingesting water, just the lion's mane, and I use it in my coffee. It's a great energy booster that I know. But as far as like, trying to get like the, get more of a spiritual trip on, I've never done it,
Yeah. It's
but
like
that,
not a fun one because it kind of makes you sick at first usually. So it kind of
oh,
throws
does
off.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only done it like a couple times and at sort of small to moderate doses, but they were still interesting.
Yeah, like if you make it into chocolates, it's
That's
like
how I took it.
that's like a much better way to take it.
Yeah, my friend said, listen, you gotta just take a little bite, a little bite of the chocolate, and you'll be okay. It's about micro dosing. You're not gonna freaking jam a whole bunch, on your first try and stuff. But yeah, it might be something that I do in the future. I'm already very airy, and I'm in and out, realms, and it's like my life is like, a trip anyway. So
Yeah.
I think some people don't really need it. I think the people that really need it are people kind of like me who want to believe in something spiritual but are so mired in like rational and skeptical thought, and you're constantly, like you're trying to go into the spiritual stuff, but there's like this voice, this is a bunch of bullshit. This is made up. Are you believing in this stupid nonsense? What are you doing? Stop this. This is foolish. Look at you. You're wasting your time. And I think psychedelics for someone like me helps to silence that voice of inner doubt, because then it's like, oh, hey there, voice of inner doubt. Here's a 7th dimensional cube that's beyond your comprehension. Good luck with that. And you're just like, oh, okay. So I think there's some people who need it to kind of like help to break through that threshold. But I think once you kind of like get the message and you kind of like already have that spiritual inclination, I don't really think you need it that much. One of the things that's been, when I think about like psychedelic culture, and I think especially with like younger people, they're really interested in getting the visuals. Like, come on, I want to see the visuals. I want to see the trails. I want to see the geometric patterns. But I think they're really missing out on like just really using your imagination and really sort of like playing like with words. Like sometimes like I like sort of like the milder stuff, like cannabis, because although it doesn't make me like visually hallucinate, it gives my mental, it kind of makes me visualize things better. And I can just kind of like close my eyes and kind of like have a sort of like a semi-lucid dream state where I can kind of just like sort of astral project, and where I, just by thinking about stuff or trying to visualize things. I think when it comes to entheogens, the metaphor I use is a fishing pole. It's like the entheogen is like the ocean, and your imagination is a fishing pole. And no matter how far you go out into the ocean, if you have a fishing pole with a short line, you're not going to get much. So I kind of think of it, I get, waist deep into the water so that I can cast my fishing net out farther. Whereas if you swim too far out into the ocean where the water is above your head, you can't really cast the fishing net anymore. And then the trip kind of, controls all the aspects of the experience, which, some people want that, and they want this experience where they just completely surrender to, but I think those kind of trips are like in case of emergency break glass kinds of situations. Whereas I think when you're using actual like magic work, or if you want to do some kind of specific intention or work with a specific entity, I think kind of just getting to when you're at that place where you're just at the threshold, but your mind is still cognizant enough that you can direct it in certain places and certain energies.
Yeah, I think it has to call to you. It's not everybody's bag, to do that. I remember one time, even off of cannabis oil, I don't know, I think it was ill prepared or whatever, but I had a really bad trip, and I've smoked and stuff like that back in the days. But this was like maybe the first time that I tried the oil, but I had a bad trip, and I've never tripped like that before. It was wild. I was like the sentence in a book. Like I was actually a sentence in a book. That's how bad I was tripping. which is wild.
Mm.
I never had an experience like that before. I was like, what is this? So it's like I was coming in and out. I was coming in and out, and I had to breathe through it. So I'd be grounded, and then I'm off again. But yeah, it's like I said, it has to call to people. With me, ever since I've been on this real deep spiritual journey with connecting with my higher self, I haven't had a need to smoke at all. My trips come through so many synchronicities and through other people as well when I connect with other people, especially when I do the readings, and synchronicity comes out of synchronicity, numbers and symbols and this and that. And then when people see those synchronicities, it's like they emit, we emit this powerful vibration of like awe and spirituality, and like, oh my gosh, it's like a trip, we feed off of each other. It's like a reciprocal energy that we give to each other. So it's like every time I go through a reading, it's like I'm high. I'm physically high. I have trouble sleeping. It takes a while for me to come down. I gotta eat, things like that. So I'm able to go to sleep. So for me, that's sufficient. And every time it's always a different experience. I absolutely love it. Now, what I will try next time around, and I need to do it soon, is just burn some blue lotus leaves onto my incense burner, and then inhale that. I heard that really gives wonderful, beautiful, lucid dreams. So yeah.
We're growing some lotus right now.
Really? Oh my God. I want to grow it next spring.
Water like hatch and like come out and start to grow lily pads. Like they, oh my God.
Oh yeah, it's so awesome, right? It's growth process. It's so amazing. Yeah, because it has to be submerged in water, and then it comes out to the surface, and then that's when it blooms. And yeah, it's so beautiful. It's beautiful.
Because it's like a really good smoking herb. Like when I quit weed for a while, I would smoke alchemistic smoking herbs, and they say blue lotus is like the best one.
Yes, I heard the same thing too. I would love to try that.
It always sells out at the store, so they just end up like telling people to just order their own usually.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, a lot of people love blue lotus. And I have to find the tincture too. I know that they have the tincture as well, that you just put it right under your tongue, and it's just, and it preserves a lot better.
The ancient Egyptians use blue lotus.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention that.
Yeah, for like a fertility elixir in their wine and stuff.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they've done some studies on it. They found that it's similar to ginkgo biloba. So it kind of like opens up like your awareness and your central nervous system and stuff and your sensation.
Isn't it also a vasodilator, or am I wrong?
Yeah, that's what they were saying. It's like a vasodilator too.
Because I've been thinking about what's interesting about these certain, whether I think you can kind of get this. I mean, obviously this is something that happens with cannabis, but I think this is probably what the goal is with yoga. I always find it interesting that, when you're kind of in like your normal kind of mundane state, it's like your consciousness is sort of like it's all fixated in your brain. It's kind of like just concentrated in one spot. Whereas I feel in these mystical states of awareness, that consciousness is then spread more evenly throughout the body. So it's in a way, as you gain more awareness of your body, your skin, the blood flowing, through your muscles, that your awareness kind of like, gets spread throughout. I kind of like think of it like a tourniquet, where it's like you take like, an arm and you kind of like, you tie up in a tourniquet so that the blood flow doesn't go there, and it kind of like, you don't really feel anything in your hand. And I think when it comes to consciousness and our belief that our consciousness exists in the brain, it's kind of like we create a tourniquet between our brain consciousness and our body consciousness. And I think that certain, like plant medicines and meditation and yogic practices can kind of create that more even distribution of awareness throughout the body.
I like that. Now, where does the Blue Lotus fit into the tourniquet part?
Oh, I didn't relate the Blue Lotus concept to it. I was just thinking of other. I was thinking more about cannabis. I was thinking I've heard some things about Blue Lotus, and it sounds interesting.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of cool stuff. Apparently they found about Blue Lotus from the discovery of a concubine that was found at one of the tomb sites, and she had some Blue Lotus next to her, and in her, I guess, nostril or something. And she also had like a bunch of different wigs. Like she would like shave off her hair, like use all these different wigs and stuff. And they were able to figure out a lot about her work there in the court, and like her different ceremonial dresses and stuff. So they learned a lot about it, and they found that like the wine in some of the depictions on some of like the writing on the wall and stuff, they, in the different pictures and stuff that they have some images of carvings of like the Blue Lotus being associated with the wine that they would have. I think it was, I'm not sure what kind of wine it was. It was a different type of wine, not grape wine or rice wine necessarily, but maybe something else. I'm not sure.
Maybe they just made a Blue Lotus wine. I know I've heard that like with Morning Glory, for example, sometimes they'll actually make a wine out of the flowers, and that also has a psychoactive effect.
Yeah. And the scent is really, really beautiful. So I could see where they would totally do that. It could be really good. They had dandelion wine for a while. Like in the 1920s, people stopped mowing their lawns and started to plant dandelions to make dandelion wine.
Oh, that's wild. I didn't even know that. Dandelion wine.
Yeah. That's just awesome. I use dandelion extract tincture. It's really good if you have like melanoma or something, and you put dandelion tincture on there after removing it. I've done that a few times, and it's worked out really good. Like it's got vitamins A, C, and E in there that will heal the skin and the tissue and clear out any of the infection and stuff. And it's got like a really good concoction for dealing with that kind of stuff.
Well, in my culture, we have this. We do this particular alcohol. It's called pitorro. I would not recommend it. Trust me. Take trips off of mushrooms before you drink that shit, because it's wild. But what we do is we, use a lot of like leaves and branches and this and that, and it's we bury it like in the ground. Put alcohol and stuff, like maybe the base will be like a Bacardi base, but they they put leaves and branches and I don't know what the hell is florals and da 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 da, and they drink that shit. But that's some powerful stuff, man. That
Yeah.
I'm telling
What was it called?
Pitorro.
Look that up.
Yeah, pitorro. It's very, very a very potent liquor, natural liquor and stuff. And no, it's I would not recommend it. But listen, if that's your vibe, that's your vibe for sure. But I see that Franklin is hopping on, guys. I really want to stay until he showed, and I don't want to leave you guys here. I hope you could jump on soon. It looks like he's got his connection somehow. I know he's working on his audio. But I want to just say thanks for and gratitude for the space here today, and for everyone sharing the energy. As always, it's always so awesome to build with you guys and to just share this energy with you. And Yeah, and gratitude to everyone always chiming in the chat and your support. Please don't forget to hit the like button or the share, but definitely hit that like, guys. I go live on the Mooniverse on Sundays, anywhere Sunday, Monday, but I do announce it on my Instagram. So you guys could join me. It's fun. You know, I share energy. You have a question, I'll answer it and stuff. But yeah, sending you so much love. Franklin, if you hear me, so much love to you. We will talk on the Telegram. Franklin, again, thank you for this space. Indy, bless you so much. I always love seeing you on here. Cosmic, bless you as well, to you and yours. And we'll talk soon. We'll talk soon. Take care, guys.
Thank you so much. You've been a godsend. Great.
Yeah, thanks
Big
for,
love to you, dear.
Thanks for being here.
Blessings to dear
Okay, we'll
Mooney.
talk soon.
I hope you're well. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes,
Yeah.
perfect. I hand the show over to you now, Franklin.
I'm so sorry I was off for so long. I figured out how to get myself. I had to come upstairs and find a place where I can actually get enough signal.
Yes.
It's the blessing of living where I live. There's no 5G, but then there's no 5G.
All right. Well, I'm glad that you made it on. I know you'd work it out somehow. All right. Send you so much love, Franklin. We'll talk soon.
Big love. Blessings.
Bye.
Yeah, man. I was listening to you guys. You guys were rocking. And I liked, where you guys were bringing up points about what was it, Blue Lotus and different medicines and how these medicines were used. It's very interesting. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now I was just trying
I'm
to
not
say
breaking up or something, am I?
No, you sound great. I was just trying to say that
Excellent.
butterflies are good pollinators for all those wonderful flowers like the blue lotus.
Yeah, I was looking into Blue Lotus a while ago, and it's got 2 compounds in it. I can't remember offhand what they are, but they're derivatives of morphine.
Yeah, I got them in my notes.
So, I mean, it's legal, right? So it's got small quantities, but I wonder whether there could be some kind of you see how these things work is they turn off parts of the brain and they turn on parts of the brain. Like I'm always burning frankincense, myrrh, storax. Now these don't have those kind of chemicals in them. They've got what we call the alkaloids in them. Yeah. Which operate differently in the brain with terpenes. And so like, for example, like cannabis doesn't have those kind of compounds in it. Cannabis works with alkaloids. Does that make sense? So there's no physical addiction. And like I say that as someone who's gone from like what would you call it? 3 ounces a month? No, 3 ounces a month. 3.5 ounces a month. 4 ounces a month. Okay. To 0 like the next day. No withdrawals. And I've done that a lot in my life. Like I don't smoke all the time, but if I do, I do. Like I don't mess around. Like I'm a bit like Indy when I smoke. Otherwise, I don't. And mostly I don't because I want to stay youthful, and so I try not to put smoke in my lungs too much. Rather. But I do find that like there's certain alkaloid-based substances, like the black storax, very good for dreams. The frankincense protects you from having negative dream experiences, which is quite interesting.
Interesting.
In the way that it conditions the brain. Myrrh also. So there are a lot of these things, but they're not going to like do the work for you. You'll have to still do the concentration, if that makes sense, like the work, but they will make lighten the load. I was looking into this Blue Lotus. I was actually going to buy some, but like, me, I'm like somebody that if I would probably, I can have an addictive personality. So for me to use anything that's got like potential addictive elements in it isn't something I do. So I would look into the Blue Lotus carefully and do like an analysis. It's very mild, it's very weak, so it's not going to like cause. The Red Lotus would be far more interesting to me, but it's not legal. I found that one quite an interesting concept. But, you know, I take it you guys are talking about out of the body experiences, lucid dreams, and astral projection, yeah?
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
are now.
Well, how did we get onto Blue Lotus? If what was the Blue Lotus in connection? Sorry for missing that part of the convo, man.
Entheogens. We were talking about entheogens, and then we was talking about Moonfeather was not really doing any entheogens, but she has this Blue Lotus extract in like Blue Lotus something else. I don't know if it was a tea or whatnot, something. But
Right, yeah. Yeah, I was looking into that myself a little while ago. I was going to get myself a whole load of it. And then I looked at it carefully and I thought, you know what? Nah. Just because of the two compounds that I looked in, I don't know much about them, but they are morphine derivative or very similar to morphine compound. And I've never really liked opium, personally, which is a good thing, right? Never got into it. Like, yeah, I had my experiences pretty much with everything except for, you know, refinements of that, which I would never really bother. I would never hurt my body. But, well, yeah, the chillum hurt my body in its own way. You know, I went through my chillum stories. But, I mean, that hurts your lungs, right? Good old-fashioned chillum stories. But, yeah, I reckon, like, the key, you know, to altered consciousness, like in a really positive way. This is coming back to like the sort of theme we're talking about, is actually to meditate on the sound of birds. You know, to literally be up at that time of the day and to be meditating with the dawn chorus, and literally allow your ears, because I've noticed that I seem to travel on my ears, and I'm wondering whether a lot of people travel on their ears, right? And since the ears rule the Visuddhi chakra, which is where the Sushumna meets that that point, which is where the Ida and the Pingala become resolved in the Sushumna, producing a balance and a harmony of consciousness. It literally is joining the astral, the etheric, and the physical plane together into the causal field. You access directly through the throat chakra.
What do you
So
mean by
that
your
is
ears?
ruled by hearing. Sorry,
What do you mean by travel on your ears?
what was that?
Travel on your ears? Is that what you said? You're wondering if people
Um,
travel on
You, yeah, literally travel on your ears.
Explain.
What I mean, sorry.
I'm trying to understand what it is. Like, what is it? Travel on your ears.
Well, using your sound. Okay, when I say travel on your ears, I mean meditating on sound
Oh, good. Okay.
and allowing your consciousness to become saturated by sound. So, for example, you start over and over and over again and be playing a drum, right? Just hypothetically, you'd be traveling on your ears, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I get that. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. Cosmic was saying about how you can
Did
kind
we
of like,
miss? Did I miss you?
I don't know if you were out at that part. I think that was when you were still here. He was talking about being able to like tune into something and listen more closely. And
Maybe I need to get up
I don't know if you said that actually. I don't know. Earlier.
Well, I think I kind of like can gain
Is
me
it better?
having the synesthetic experience. I think I kind of understand what shaman is sort of talking about, because oftentimes when I'm listening to a particular song, it'll evoke a specific color scheme. Like certain songs, some songs may feel kind of like blue and green. Some songs make me feel purple. And it's like each one of those like songs is like a different universe or a different world. And if I can and sometimes what I'll do is I'll sort of like mentally project, so I'll be in that colored space, if that makes any sense. So I think like in terms of like understanding that the relationship between like sound and color, I think the idea of shaman talking about sort of traveling through your ears actually makes a lot of sense when you look at it from that context.
Oh, I gotta come home for shows.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me, by the way?
I can hear you.
Cosmic, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Okay,
you.
good. Just checking. Yeah, totally. It's like when you're using your ears and you tune out of your other senses and you rely on your hearing, it shifts your consciousness into another plane of being, like basically what you're saying. And that plane of being, when you've shifted your consciousness into your hearing, is when you're starting to access non-physical matter of energy. And I'm becoming aware of what everybody else is feeling, or what's going on around me and the people over there. And it's like very much telepathy based. When I'm focusing on what I can see, like in my mind and my sense of vision, then I seem to be getting
Sorry, I think you're breaking up a bit there. I don't know if you're there or not. But I think in a lot of ways too, sometimes like I feel like that effect that you're talking about where sound can kind of take you a different place. I think sometimes for me, that can also be result in a negative effect. Like maybe I'll hear some kind of song I don't want to hear stuck in my head, and maybe that song will put me in a bad mood. And then I'll actually feel kind of disconnected from the world in a way, because it could be like, you know, really like sunny and peaceful outside, but maybe I have some really sad song that's stuck in my head. It's making me feel distance from things. So yeah, music can really it can be really used for good or bad, but it's definitely an interdimensional portal in a sense. It's also kind of a time travel thing too. If you listen to songs and sounds from the past, that's kind of like a way to sort of mentally project yourself into the past as well. Like if you hear like music from like the 1950s, for example, in a lot of ways, it's like you're picking up on the energy and the resonance of that particular time period. And in a sense, like energetically speaking, you've kind of time traveled backwards.
Yeah, that's so cool. And you know, we also have like music from like ancient Egypt and stuff. And sometimes I'll do a chant to Ra, and I did that for my cat. And I almost felt like they worship cats back in ancient Egypt, and my cat was like tuning in on that stuff because they like go into a trance, you know. But I felt like I was going back into an older time, ancient Kemet, when I play that song or if I sing that song. That's a beautiful song.
In a way, it's like, you know, cats are so like they can like go into like all sorts of spaces that you don't expect. It's almost like they seem like they teleport. Like for some reason, like how did the cat get over there? And it just doesn't even make any sense. So I guess thinking of it like that, like yeah, I could see how people back in ancient times could perceive these animals as being mystical just from like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you ever watch the Electric Universe of Lewis Wayne?
I don't think so.
Oh man, it's really interesting. I learned about him when I was in my undergrad for psychology, which I ended up getting a bachelor's for in 2007. But Lewis Wayne had schizophrenia, and he was an artist that drew cats. He started off drawing like cartoony cats in the New York
Oh, I
magazine.
know who you're talking about now. It's like
Yeah.
it's those weird cats where it's all these like bizarre geometric shapes and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It'll make it more and more like psychedelic looking and stuff. And as his schizophrenia progressed, but his whole philosophy was that like cats are like super galactic and like they're here to like help guide humanity, and they're going to like speak English with us soon and like help teach us like secrets of the cosmos, and they're gonna like turn blue.
Yeah.
But like it got more and more eccentric and strange, you know, as his schizophrenia developed. But it was really interesting. He already had this kind of strange architecture of delusion when he was just starting out. But you know, artists will sometimes have that eccentric views.
Mm-hmm.
People
Definitely.
like sometimes, yeah. But they say that it was his like portrayal of the cats as like cartoons with like personified cats with like clothing on and boots and like little hats. That kind of led to cats actually becoming domesticated again for the first time since ancient Egypt. And
Huh.
like for him, they just were always like those outside barn cats that never came inside the house ever. And so like after him, like in his story, like his wife like took a kitten into the house because she was like dying and she felt really bad for this like suffering kitten out in the rain or something, and it was really cute. And like so she kind of like made it to be like a nice thing to cute thing to do, and like people started to have cats in the house after that apparently.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But no, the movie's really cool. It's pretty good, but it's sad though. Sad story.
I imagine it must be.
Because of his wife, and like also because like he was scared of water, and like he was hired by the New Yorker magazine from I think England to like come over and like do all these drawings for the magazine, and he had to go on the ocean in a boat, you know, and he was scared of water, like horrified. So he was in these like little boats and stuff, and I think that really progressed his disease. But his art's really trippy.
Is Bush Whisperer trying to get back in?
I don't know if
I
he.
see on private chat, 2:02 p.m. Hi, please add me to stream. Oh, there he is.
I don't know how we can get in, but I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah, I figured might as well.
He's in now, but I don't hear him yet. I don't know if he's here with us. Are you with us, Franklin? He's muted. Let's see. Unmute.
Maybe he hasn't gotten his audio set up yet.
I don't think I can unmute it. Okay. Well, he's probably still working on it. But yeah, as far as the secret language of birds and the dance of the butterfly, I wanted to mention the butterfly effect. What's your thinking on the butterfly effect, Cosmic?
I don't know. Right, with the butterfly effect. Sometimes I'm kind of like, I don't know necessarily if it's as extreme as like, you know, one flap of a moth in Hong Kong causes a hurricane in Maine or something like that. But I think just in terms of like general cause and effect, I think it just kind of makes sense that, you know, every little cause eventually ripples out to basically kind of affecting all things around you. You know, it's like we're just basically, you know, shooting a beam of light into a massive hall of mirrors. Eventually that beam of light is going to hit all the mirrors, even if it's just one beam of light. So yeah, butterflies. It's kind of weird as a kid. Like I used to be kind of like afraid of them just because they kind of like they get in your face and they're kind of like, because if you look at a butterfly up close and you see the wings, you see like the actual like butterfly itself. I remember there's like a SpongeBob episode where all the residents of Bikini Bottom are terrified of this one butterfly that's like in a bubble, and everyone's like running away screaming from it. And then they show up like the close up of its like face with all like the compound eyes and the sort of like the proboscis and it's like yeah, insects are weird, you know. It's like one of those things where you think about it, it's like, why do we find certain animals like more aesthetically pleasing than others? I guess maybe it's just we relate to them more. Like I find that when it comes to like the animals we find cute or relatable, they're usually the ones that are like the closest evolutionarily to us. Like you think like a dog or a cat, you know, they're both mammals and they're kind of like, you know, we identify that. Whereas something like a jellyfish or a crab or something like that, so that's a lot further away from us. And we look at these things as being weird and kind of like strange. But I think in a lot of ways, there's a kind of a beauty in that kind of ugly primordial strangeness. And I guess maybe for me personally, it's like it's kind of like you're seeing the alien, and there's something kind of exciting about that, seeing something that's different and alien and strange. That's kind of why I like a lot of like those pictures of like sea life and like before like the dinosaur times, the I don't know if it's the Mesozoic era, the Cambrian era. We got like the weird like coelacanths and the, you know, the bizarre like squid like things. I don't know. I've always found like that kind of primordial alien side of nature really fascinating. Not just like the kind of the beautiful aesthetic kind, but kind of like, you know, you go at the bottom of the Mariana Trench and you see the weird tube worms. And I guess what I'm saying is it's like there's a kind of like, even in that sort of primordial kind of strangeness and ugliness, there's still a beauty there that can be beheld.
Absolutely. I kind of almost feel like personally that like the butterfly effect is kind of like supposed to be kind of like an analogy to like influence people to like really take their choices wisely. Like if you make like one small choice, like it affects like so much more, like on a larger scale and everything, like you mentioned. So like kind of like they're kind of inferring like make sure you like do your best or like do everything right and stuff, like because you can like influence people if you don't around you and influence your world.
Yeah, it
So
kind of reminds me of that old Simpsons episode where Homer Simpson gets a time machine and he goes back to the dinosaur age, and he just kills like one annoying mosquito, and it just entirely changes like his present time when he just kills that one bug. I think that's kind of like what you're talking about, and I think there is definitely some truth to it, for sure.
yeah, it's a valuable lesson. You know, it's kind of like an exaggeration, I think, or an embellishment, someone like you said too. But like it shows like a good point because like there's so many people can be reached by that would make a big difference if they all made that same shift together. So there's that too, you know. And like if you kind of like shift your ways, then like you could start to realize that the positive impact it would have on other people to help them as well. And like in another way, like when people are in like a dark state of mind or whatnot, it can help it can influence the state of mind of people around them. Like if somebody in your neighborhood or whatever is angry or something, and then you start to have thoughts that are more like feel like they're being bombarded by that kind of energy, that kind of thing can happen. So if you feel like you have like feelings or impulses that are not really your own, sometimes it's good to consider to like think and like contemplate, maybe take a minute to check in with yourself and see like where's this coming from, like this is doesn't feel like me. And sometimes you can see through that and push that back away. And maybe what you're doing, I think, when you do that is like instead of falling down and stooping to that level energetically, you're then like kind of raising up and then pulling them up a little bit energetically instead. But it can be a challenging thing to learn how to do and like learn when to notice those things.
Yeah, definitely that sort of mindfulness, or kind of
Yeah.
like what Jack Cornfield called noting, where you're sort of like you have that sort of space to be kind of aware of the actual feelings and where it comes from. Because yeah, there is definitely certain times where you kind of feel like You're like, wait a minute, where are these feelings actually coming from? And you do kind of realize in a lot of ways they do kind of relate to like how you sometimes physically feel. Like, and sometimes I kind of find that, like, you know, if you're in a state where maybe you're more tired and or hungry, or maybe you're sick, you might have more darker, more pessimistic thoughts. But as you're having those dark, pessimistic thoughts, you might not realize that maybe that's the real cause. That's just kind of like your mind reacting to how physically uncomfortable your body feels. I think that's why a lot of people, my theory as to why a lot of people have bad times on entheogens, because, you know, like some substances like psilocybin can cause a lot of extreme nausea and a lot of extreme discomfort. And I think that kind of physical discomfort then translates into negative thought patterns. And then those negative thought patterns manifest into negative and dark hallucinations. So I think when you kind of like, I think a lot of it is just learning to be able to sort of step back, you know, from yourself and give yourself space. Because whenever I feel like, you know, when you're in that state, I call it the amygdala tunnel, where it's like, is when you're in that anxious flight or flight state, you don't even think to ask yourself, like, wait a minute, do I really have to feel this right now? And going through life, having a certain level of clarity and lucidity in regards to your emotions, I think can be a really helpful way of dealing with what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's really good to have that clarity, be able to have like the time to sit back and reflect on things is like also really important. So it can be really helpful, but you know, for some people it can be really challenging to be able to get to that peaceful state of mind. So like breathing techniques can be really helpful for anything that's attention or emotionally challenging. Um, when you can slow your breathing. Usually the first thing is to want to be able to, you know, sometimes you're so consumed by your passions. It's like, oh, I don't want to calm down right now. But if you like really do want to calm down, sincerely, like, and you can just focus on slowing your breathing and trying to relax through slowing your breathing down, you can get to a point where you can hold in between, where you breathe in, you hold that breath, and then you breathe out, you hold after you've breathed out, which is harder, and then you breathe in. And so if you, for each sequence of those 4 stages, you set like a time period, like start with like 5-second breaths or whatever, which comes out to 20 seconds for a full cycle. You could get up to 15 seconds for each one, then you're doing 1 breath a minute. And though at that point, you're going to be really relaxed. But if you want to make yourself like more calmer, you can also do a more exhaling than inhaling. Do less inhaling and more exhaling. You'll start to become more tired.
Like Carly brought up an interesting subject in the chat about what about moths? I think moths are kind of an interesting sort of like, they're almost in a lot of ways kind of like a counterpoint to butterflies. I think what I've always found fascinating about moths is how they're always attracted to light. Like, you know how it is when you're out late at night and there's a street light.
Yeah.
There's always a bunch of moths and insects always gathered around. I don't think I ever really, like, I should probably look up like why are moths attracted to light. That's be really interesting.
I looked at it before. They're looking for, like, they usually follow the moonlight, and so they kind of orient themselves by like where the moon is and just go towards it so that they can like see where they're going. Because they want to see in the moonlight. But like, and the closer they get towards it, like the more light they can see, like from above in their minds. But like, they don't get that much closer to it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
When they're facing it, they can kind of see more light, I guess. But like, so they go for these lights and fires because like they think it's just like some light above.
Yeah, I've always kind of identified with moths in that regard. Like whenever it's like dark outside, I just love like glowing colored lights. I've always liked, the lights in the alarm clock, neon like colored signs or like colored light bulbs. I just love colored light. Usually in my bedroom, I usually have like both like black lights and a red light bulb. I don't know. For some people, red light is very relaxing. And I kind of like the feeling of like red light and sort of glowing things. So I always feel like kind of moth-like in that regard.
Yeah. I like the combination. I think red light's really cool, but like I feel like it's very relaxing, peaceful, like it'd be good for like massage or something. There's like I think like blue lights are like really good, but it's like stimulating, kind of keep you more like alert, maybe for like watching something on a screen or like taking notes on something or reading. So they both have like their advantages, I think. They're really cool. I kind of have like them in different like red light in the kitchen can like induce hunger, appetite, desire, and such. And then like blue lights in like the living room. So
I also
more
like green light a lot. Is also really I like in like a lot of like horror movies or like where there's like an alien or something. There's always that image of like the door with like the glowing green light shining through the cracks. I always love that glowing green light for some reason.
yeah, that's cool.
Green light is interesting. Really interesting. I mean, I heard the green light and lovely to be back, guys. It's like, gosh, what a stress. Finally, the electricity turned on. I was sort of trying to do it with my phone, but intermittent phone signals here in this house, which is what I love. You know, I'm far away from 5G, but yeah, the green light is interesting because apparently the popular story out was that plants can't see green light.
Mm.
But that was knocked on its nose because plants can't see green light on its own. But when it's mixed with other lights, apparently plants can. But if it's green light on its own, they can't see it. It's invisible to them. Isn't that weird?
Oh, that is weird.
Yeah.
I used to use like teal lights for my plants at night. I thought it would be like a moonlight kind of thing.
That's an interesting concept. Like a bit of moonlight. Yeah.
A
I
little blue.
think that moonlight causes. Now, here's an interesting thing. Like your plants go hermy, right?
Hmm.
Your plants go hermy when they get light at night.
Yeah, I didn't want them to get hurt me, but I want to be able to see in there and like go in and do stuff. So I had like it's really dim light. It was just kind of teal color.
Yeah.
And I read somewhere that moonlight it was helpful for them.
I reckon it is.
Yeah.
I reckon that that's what I'm saying. I think it drives evolution
Yeah.
or adaptation
Mm-hmm.
because they're on the edge of cusping, like that whole breeding cycle is being stimulated by that light at night. When you take that light away at night, they just go out rote and they grow faster and they get like more productive on that level. But in terms of adapting to their surroundings, no. Interesting that.
Right.
So they're not necessarily healthier. But yeah, man. What have I missed? I
What
know
was
I've missed a lot.
the butterfly effect
Ah,
or like actions and thoughts like impact those around us and stuff a little bit?
yeah, man. The whole idea of that. So that brings us back to the omen again, right? So like it's these small effects that have huge effects, and how we can see small effects that are connected to big effects, like a plant, the wind, a bird's flying past you and landing next to you. That small event is connected to bigger events to your life, maybe. And I suppose this is like where's that omen connection comes from, is that understanding that this cause and effect is really an interconnected plethora of relativities. In other words, there is a plan to what's going on around us, and there literally is the second law of Hermes taking form. You know, the quantum entanglement field isn't random. There is a correspondence between certain events, and so maybe it's got to do with what we think of as events being vibrations. How's that for an idea? We see an event, but that event is really just a vibration. and
I
we
like
experience that our vibrational shift as an event. But everything is just vibrations and tones, and certain tones are musically pitched to other musically aligned tones that are in like sync with those particular frequencies of vibration. And so like it brings us back to like the whole bird consciousness, being so in tune with the vibrations, being able to travel around the planet following nothing but vibrations in the electromagnetic field. And electromagnetism, we forget, is light essentially, right? Because light is electromagnetism. And it's just there's a certain spectrum of that electromagnetic field that's visible to us. So, like when we consider sound, is also electromagnetism, is it not? How's that for a thought? Is sound electromagnetism?
sound is
I-
vibration in the atmosphere.
You know, I learned something kind of interesting recently. I was watching some video on electron microscope, and the reason why it's so difficult to take pictures of atoms is that the atoms are smaller than the actual light waves themselves. And because it's smaller than the light wave, they have to find creative ways in order to take pictures of those atoms. So I thought that was kind of a random aside that I thought was kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's caused by friction when like two atoms meet and there's like excessive force. They'll either release sound or light. They only release sound in atmosphere.
Yeah, because I know I was mentioning synesthesia in the chat, but I think what's interesting about beyond the novelty of associating colors with sounds and letters and objects and stuff is it gives you an interesting idea of the relationship between sound and light, and you see how both sound and light can evoke the same sort of qualitative feelings and experiences, and you realize that there's almost an intrinsic link between sound and color. It's almost like the color evokes a certain specific emotion, but then there's a sound that evokes that exact same emotion and sensation. And when you realize there's a connection between the two, you realize that it's just kind of like they're just wavelengths of experience, or like consciousness sort of experienced through different sensory organs and interpreted in different ways.
So it's quite interesting. Like when you look at what the popular science says, and I'm very clear on the popular science because I don't know how much of it we can trust, because it doesn't really speak about vril force, right? And any physics system that doesn't account for vril force in my mind is like, it's questionable. It's obviously popcorn that's been fed to the masses to keep them busy while we work on our secret black ops projects based on real physics, making propulsion systems that they couldn't dream up with the physics that they've been taught. But that being said and done, it's still worth looking at it and understanding it. So they speak about, compared to light magnetic frequencies, electromagnetic frequencies, sounds have a significantly lower frequency. And then they go to say that sound is a mechanical reaction. Okay. So sound is a mechanical reaction, which is what is sound frequencies? A mechanical wave traveling through a medium. So what causes the mechanical wave of sound was the next question. What causes the mechanical waves of sound?
Sound waves are longitudinal waves.
Are caused by the vibrations of an object, right?
Yeah.
So does
wave particles
electromagnetism and vibrations of an object have relevancy? I don't know if that's a good search, but what I often find is that if you really follow the science, find loopholes in what they're teaching us. It's often, not always the case, but very often the case. Because if you're considering that light is a fast wave, right? The light is vibrating very fast. So, does the physics suggest that everything comes from light? The Big Bang. Does everything emerge from light or not? And if everything emerges from light, is light and sound the same thing at a different pitch?
That's what I've been kind of hinting at, that they
Yeah,
are kind of the
but
same phenomenon.
our physics that we've been taught doesn't really adhere to that. It says, no, light is one thing and sound is another thing. But then they speak about the frequencies of light and the frequencies of sound. And can the frequencies of light affect the frequencies of sound?
Was there light?
Can the frequencies of sound affect the frequencies of light?
When they say like, and then there was light, does that mean like when the first star turned on, or was there light in the very first beginning? Big Bang, so to speak. I feel like there was in the beginnings, that there was, everything was then made out of light. But light doesn't have a nucleus, an atom nucleus, so it doesn't have protons and neutrons.
You see, I'm looking at it like this, right? What produces light? Vibration. So when something's vibrating fast enough and there's enough energy moving, doesn't that produce light?
It certainly
Isn't
produces
light
fire.
a reaction
So yeah,
to
you're
vibration?
you're onto something there, because like, one of the first ways you create a fire is you create a lot of friction between an object. You generate enough heat. That's an actual physical vibration that ignites a flame, which creates light. So maybe there's something to that.
So does light emerge from sound? That's what the ancient story says. First there was the word, and then there was light. First there was vibration, and then the vibration produced light. So the sun is vibrating so fast and so much that it just continually gives off light.
Well, does the lightning sound, thunder, emerge from the lightning?
No, the thunder is because there's a vacuum. So there's an electrical reaction. Now, what came first, the chicken or the egg? That's quite an interesting question, because the process is all working together like a chain.
They're both an effect of a different cause. That's overarching.
I would
cause.
say, yeah. I'd say it's got to do with potential of this is electromagnetism. So there's a reaction, there's an electromagnetic effect being produced, which facilitates a vacuum.
Yeah.
Because the potential of the energy is so high between the two poles
Negative
that
ions.
it creates a vacuum, and that vacuum collapsing is the sound of thunder, as far as I know.
Yeah. I wonder if
So
it's
it's sort of
drawing-
like the speed barrier being broken
right.
in a way, because
Does
that
that-
vacuum is collapsing.
Does
This is
that-
the typical story they've taught us.
Like when you're like re-entering the atmosphere, you like burning up. You like you turn bright, light up. But like I don't know if you enter the sound barrier like, and so many times Mach 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you end up like seeing a light emerge while the sound also goes off?
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
like is there always a sonic boom for every different Mach 1, 2, 3, 4, etc.? Wonder.
Yeah, so like it's very interesting. Like they according to all the traditions, and in the Vedic traditions the same. First came Om, the sound.
Sound of
And
the
then
sun.
from the sound of Om came light, the light of Om. And we see the same thing in the Gnostic texts, which is where the Bible gets a lot of its information from, right? The Gnostic texts, which probably come from older texts as well, but like, that's like one concrete version of it. And we see the same sort of in various different traditions being reflected, that
Yeah.
sound came before light.
It sounds a lot like the Shabaka.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ptah created the shape of the world in his heart, and then he created the shape of the world in his tongue, and then the world was created. So what they're saying is he created the world in his mind, which was their heart, and then he spoke the world, and then the world was created. So that's what they're basically saying in ancient Commission too.
It makes a lot of sense because I think that's the basic structure. So then sound is the mechanics that releases light. But that
Right.
also implies that if sound is able to release light, that sound must be light. For how could sound release something that it isn't? Does that make sense? Like if my body can release urine, urine must have been a part of my body. For how could my body release something from it that doesn't come from it, that's not a part of my body? So you could say that urine is parts of my body that my body's giving off. So then, by that reckoning, if sound can release light, then light must be part of sound. Or how could that work, if that makes sense?
You know,
And
I'm
if
also
every-
thinking like in terms of color, because if the idea if sound has color and light has color, perhaps color is more of this phenomenon, this energy in a pure astral sense. Like maybe color is a purely astral phenomenon that gets filtered through sound and light for us to perceive. Because I'm thinking like in a way we associate color with light, but we don't really associate color with sound. But if you do associate color with sound, you realize color is the kind of it's kind of the bridge between light and sound, if you will, because you think about light, it can be very bright or it can be very dim. As with sound, it can be very loud or it can be very quiet. And light can kind of have different colors. It can be very white or red or blue, and then musical tones. You can have all sorts of different colors with that. So in a way, it's almost like light and sound, these wavelengths are drawing that astral energy of color into the physical world that we inhabit right now.
Yes, I would say that makes perfect sense. I mean, color, I think, is the qualities that these things have. So, like these states of matter, if we want to call it that, sound and light are states of matter. They obviously have qualities, and I think the quality is color and tone. So, color qualifies light, and tone qualifies sound. And so tone is pleasing or displeasing, and color is pleasing or displeasing. The tone of someone's voice is either pleasant or unpleasant. The color of something is either pleasant or unpleasant, depending on someone's particular dispositions. So I think that they're like inexplicably connected, whether one is an etheric emanation. I think the other one is an astral emanation, where I think of color and tone. I think of qualities which are astral, is about that abstractness of quality. But when I think of the etheric, I think of a more substantial, embodiment of that principle. But it's very interesting to look at sound and color. What is that the Mexico said? Maybe prana causes all of these vibrations. I think, if you ask me, I think prana is when you take the qualities and the objective manifestations and you put them together, you've got prana. So from prana comes both the sound and the light and the color and the tone. And so the sound without tone has no relevance, can't be equitable. And light without color has no equity in terms of vision, right? Because everything would just be, there wouldn't be a range of possibility of what we can call visual texture, if that makes sense. Everything would be like monochrome. And so they wouldn't really be able to distinguish a flower from something else, you know. And the same would be said about other qualities. So it's very interesting, you know. I think smell is the one thing that mixes qualities and objective things in one thing. Because you can't differentiate the quality from what is being smelled, can you?
I'd say so.
But yeah, the whole pranic fields is essentially, when I think of prana, I think of a very high vibrational frequency. And I think of that frequency that we see reflected in DNA as being pranic frequencies. And then everything else is stepped down frequencies from that in the physical body and in the body of things. But I would say the prana also encompasses all other objects. So like that life force, that potential of pitch really becomes the vibrational body of all things. So everything is made out of sound. Prana must essentially be a reflection of sound. And that sound must express itself as a color and light. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. They talk about gathering chi in Taoism, where you wound the chi like silk winding. You wind it up. And I could just kind of envision the energy winding, moves in circles. It's like you're gathering light. But I feel like it's a light that's outside of our spectrum of sight. But you might be able to see that light on a different spectrum, different part of the spectrum from different instruments. Like if you're looking at the energy of like the heat spectrum or something, the infrared, you might be able to pick up that subtle light energy of the prana. But I feel like that's the divine light.
Yeah, and I like that sound is a waterfall. And white is being like white noise. It makes a lot of sense. There's not much to distinguish. I also, you know, getting back to the story of prana, prana is related to the sense of touch, I think specifically, because it's the pervasive connection between all things. So it represents energy. When I think of touch, I think of energy. But when I think of sound, I think of vibration. And I think I don't think that touch was the first source. I think touch is the first manifestational source. I think like sound came before touch. Like for example, when I left my body and I was little, there was no touch. There was touch in the beginning. I could feel the vibrations. But then once you go past a certain threshold, you're no longer feeling the vibrations, you're hearing them. And the universe is like just sound. And I think that that's like where we originally were before we took a deeper level of form. And that deeper level of form took us towards from sound to touch. And then from touch, the objectivity of touching things gave us an imagination of what its shape. And that then became vision. And then when we saw the shape of it, we then could react to the texture of it. And that gave us like taste. And then that all became homogenized, or not homogenized, but unified into an experience, because taste still had taste still has a very it's very close to touch. Like what you taste touches your body more, if that makes sense. Like if you taste a sharp taste, it's like having a sharp thing against your skin. But smell, it's somehow not separate to you. I don't know if that makes sense when I say that. Smell is somehow not separate. It's sort of like you can't distinguish from the smell. The taste you can distinguish as separate because it's there, it's in your mouth, you can taste it, it's an objective thing. But the smell, once the smell gets into you, you can no longer smell it because it's so much a part of you. If that makes sense. It's why like people with body odor, they don't know they've got body odor. Yeah?
Because you're like, it's like a fish doesn't know it's in water, essentially. That kind of dynamic.
Yeah, exactly. Smell has that way of becoming so inclusive, of like such an inclusive experience that it's very difficult to smell downstairs, feel smell down. Is that downstairs? Am I reading that right?
Smell downstairs feels separate because of the brain's design. I think what's interesting about sound is that if it's loud and powerful enough, it actually does start to become tactile. Like if you think of like a bass speaker that's really like cranked up to max, and you can just feel like all the objects and the moves starting to vibrate. There's like a real like tactile sensation. That's kind of like why, I like a lot of like bass in music, because it's like when I hear like something really kind of like plucky, like a piano, I can feel the melody in my ears and my head. But if something has a real deep bass, then I can feel the melody in my body. It's like that. It's like there's like a tactile melodic sensation. So it seems like when sound, it gets to a certain threshold of force, it changes its properties. And maybe with light, there's a similar phenomenon taking place.
Yeah, I think sound is like that. It's the fastest sense to put into context. Right? Like to hear somebody's words is to have a lot going on in your brain.
Definitely.
And those sounds are being very quickly loaded into concepts, very quickly loaded into meaning, and then restripped of their meaning in order to show the metaphor and the nuances and everything, all in real time. I don't think we can do that with another sense.
Not without training, definitely, yeah.
Sound just does it automatically.
Mm-hmm.
So our brains are so wired into sound, like it's just such a second nature to be able to process large amounts of information.
Yeah, it's
with
kind
a
of
visual,
like the difference, like when I do creative writing versus when I make music. When I'll make a creative writing, like a novel or a short story, I can't necessarily fully gauge whether the story like is it good, is it bad, did I write it well, where it's not. Whereas with music, right away if it's good or bad or not, because when music is good, it's like undeniable. It's just in your face, and you can't like look at it differently. So there is definitely something more immediate about the medium of sound in terms of how it affects our perception.
Would agree. You know, there's definitely it's definitely. I'm trying to remember the part of the brain, man. Back. Smell is definitely unique in that it doesn't go through the thalamus. All the other senses get processed by the thalamus, and the thalamus then feeds it through this from the cerebral cortex to the parietal lobes. Smell bypasses all of that crap, and it goes right back to that part of the brain which is called. I'm trying to Google it now, and they gave me a whole lot of other crap about the olfactory. What do they give me nonsense about? The olfactory bulb, which was not really what I was asking them. The olfactory cortex is a portion of the cerebral cortex concerned with the sense of smell. Well, anyway, it goes right back into this recess of the brain where the memories are stored. Smell. It doesn't pass big. It's not even on the board. It bypasses the whole board. Yes, thank you. The amygdala. So I get the strong sense that like this is what separates smell from all the other senses, and I'm wondering if birds have a sense of smell. Can birds smell?
I think they do. I'm not sure. Seems like it makes sense.
If they do, they're not big on smell, are they?
Probably not their dominant
big on
sense.
hearing.
And vision, yeah.
Vision, yeah, but I think they're even bigger on hearing. Most birds. Like it's an interesting concept. Like they're able to process their hearing very fast, like humans can. Yeah, like make sense out of what's being heard on a very abstract and subtle level, and be able to draw a lot of information from a little bit of sound that means so much.
Yeah, according to
No,
Google,
exactly, Meiko. My point is that I think they don't need smell because birds are plugged into all other birds. So how do birds stay safe? They don't need to smell their predators because they are listening to all the other birds. And the moment another bird sees a predator, it goes, hey, look, predator. Oh, I better go. And all the birds start to fly, right? They all start flying at the same point. And it's normally sound that scares a bird. If there's a rustle in the grass, the bird will fly. The moment there's a sound, they are so tuned into sound harmonics that it's like they survive by sound a lot. So, yeah, this is what I was talking about with those feathers, Mexico, saying that the feathers have got this interesting design relation to vibrations and sound. And so that's like that whole astral connection with qualities and how they're able to distinguish very fine qualities in sound from other qualities in sound, and have an even better ability to distinguish qualities from sound than humans.
Yeah, you
Because
also
what
have
makes
to
us,
go on.
yeah?
I was just saying
gonna say
that you
what
also
makes us communicate is that we can hear the nuances of sound, right?
yeah.
Birds can hear more.
I was just
What were you
gonna
gonna
say, I think because birds spend so much of their time in the air, there's probably not as many things for them to smell in the first place as opposed to something that spends a lot of its time on the ground. So perhaps it doesn't really need that sense of smell as much because there's nothing to smell, if that makes any sense.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's true. All senses are vibration. And that I think is fundamental. And vibration in its purest form is sound. Like as a pure the first thing the vibration does is it creates acoustics. And then there's all these other reactions that create all these other reactions and reactions that end up in all these other different frequencies. But there's like a subharmonic acoustic field around all vibrating objects, and it will be vibrating at a particular pitch. So it's you know, yeah, that's exactly, you know, the music of vibration and the way that and breath, you know, Carly, I think like when we talk about breath as an instrument, that's how we relate to the energy of prana, because I think prana has different components. Like prana might come from sound, but I think like it's got an energetic component, and so we're able to interact with the energetic component of prana with our breath, which then becomes the sense of touch. And so that breathing gives us that sense of touch in our bodies, and that sense of fullness. Yeah, exactly. Like the actual vibration, the breath is more focused on the what's moving between the one thing and the other in the vibration. So the vibration is here, and what's that thing that's doing this? That substance that's doing that then becomes the energy, because it's the energy that is vibrating. And so that energy then becomes like polarized, and then the polarities are sort of reflected in the body. And so that's then the heart. The heart is the great polarizer. It causes the blood to move by producing polarities in the blood. And so it's pushing and pulling. It's creating the suction and this propulsion for the system, which keeps the blood moving, and the continuity of the movement of the blood continues the polarizing effects of the blood plasma, which is basically got a lot of metals in it and an electromagnetic pulse coming from just beneath the heart that pulses out every time it beats. And that sort of keeps a frequency in the blood energetically, which is bound, I think, by the electromagnetic field produced by the red blood platelets that are doing this in the blood. And the red blood cell platelets are then generating an electric field in the plasma of the blood that can act as a conduit for the electromagnetic pulse coming out of the heart, which generates that electromagnetic field that we can measure on an EEG, which fires up the nervous system in the brain and gives the electricity in the body so that all of the cells are electrified and able to become little semiconductors, if you will, and maintain the electrical fields within the body so that the central nervous system is able to conduct information around and act as a go-between between the hormonal fluctuations. And the hormonal fluctuations are a particular vibrating frequency, right? Like you get these amino acid types of chains, particular vibrating frequency, which is pitched to the higher vibrating frequencies of the smaller particles or the smaller ingredients that make up the DNA. And so that pitch of the DNA will then pitch the hormones, which will then attune how the central nervous system's now got to move electrical impulses throughout the different systems of the central nervous system in order for all these systems to correlate the same information from the DNA to the hormonal to the electrical, so that our minds and our emotions are in conduit. Yeah, so the breath then becomes that polarizing factor, so that it can pull in oxygen and push out CO2, pull in oxygen, push out CO2. And the secret is carbon. So the body's giving off carbon, it's losing carbon through the breath and cycling oxygen with carbon. So the oxygen comes into the system, gets moved by the hemoglobin in order to facilitate the electrical necessities in the central nervous system. And that oxygen then, once it's done its role of allowing the electrical field to move, it then bonds with a carbon in the body. And that carbon then has to be allowed to leave the body with that oxygen, because it's now a dense particle that's being pushed on through the chain by the oxygen coming in. So it's polarizing. Like, what's the different polarity of oxygen and CO2? That's a very interesting thing. Is CO2 always, what are the polarities of CO2? Valencies. That's a very interesting concept when we start to think of CO2. So CO2 is a non-polar molecule. Even though the bonds between carbon and oxygen are polar, this is because the molecule is symmetrical, causing the dipoles in the molecule to cancel each other out. So the polarizing effect is then oxygen. CO2 becomes the release of the oxygen once it's produced its polar effect. And oxygen, O2, valency is that. O2 has got a valency of 2. So you know, and that necessity of gaining those 2 electrons is what keeps the system driving. Those 2 electrons. And it obviously gets those 2 electrons in the process of our thinking. So our thinking is moving electrical energy. The O2 is in our blood with the central nervous system, facilitating this plasma, this electrical field running through the red blood cells. And in that process, it bonds with a carbon from inside the body, which then has to be released, making a CO2. And this is why CO2 is not wanted in the body, because it's non-polar, and the body requires polarity for the prana to be conducted through the energy field. So it's quite interesting. Yeah, we are sort of carbon fields. It's quite interesting because if you look at plants, right? Plants are doing the exact opposite. So plants are taking in a neutral polarizing effect. Yeah? They're taking in this thing that is dipolar but is completely resolved within its shape, the CO2. Then they are removing the carbon from it. And now they are stuck with a polarity they can't process, which they have to release. And so plants are continually releasing that polarity, polarizing O2, because they don't have the electricity to give to it. So that electricity of that O2 then needs to go out into the world and find a mammal in order to go through the mammal to have that, get those 2 electrons. Isn't it very interesting how that works? What do you guys think?
And you wonder why I speak of everything as being 2 instead of everything being 1. You basically pretty much outlined like my reasoning with how you basically described how nature works. I gotta go pretty soon. I need to get my daily exercise. So we're almost on 5 hours. So if there's anything else, you wanted to go over or talk about?
What about the indie brother? You with us?
I don't know if he's here or not.
Maybe he's
Yeah. I am here.
Well, I think it is definitely probably a good time to be thinking about getting towards the end of the show. What are your thoughts, brother?
I really liked what you were talking about, but I feel like you kind of mentioned this earlier, that in the Hermetic principles, it said that the principle of vibration, that everything vibrates, and that in that sense, if sound is from vibration, then you could be able to hear everything. if you're able to have the right ear for it. And I know that you mentioned earlier that our scale for sound is like somewhere between 20 and 30 hertz or something of the sort. And so I feel like some people have more hyperacuity. I have hyperacuity with my hearing, and I think you guys mentioned you do too. I don't know if Cosmic said that, but
I think unrelated. Yeah, I do. I took one of those hearing tests, and it seems like I was able to detect pitches higher than average.
yeah. And so I think some people can hear different things that other people don't, and there might even be an aspect of things that we hear that we don't really realize that we're hearing, that our subconscious mind is hearing and cueing us in on things.
Yeah. I don't know if you have this in South Africa, Shaman, but Indy might have this. You ever like walk by one of those houses where they have those high pitched noises that like try to like they're so annoying. Like some of these houses, they'll have these like these little things that go off that emits this really high pitched noise. And the idea is to like, scare away squirrels and rabbits so they don't eat their house. But I just feel like, oh, I hate that because like I can hear that high pitched noise. I don't know if other people can, but I certainly can.
Yeah, that's terrible. I hate that.
Yeah, I'm glad we don't have that.
It's obnoxious.
We've got electric fences though, and other kinds of fun things,
Yeah,
which you can also hear.
yeah, they got a buzz to them.
Yeah, yeah. So that's its own sort of kind of hearing treat. But yeah, I think you can probably tell how acute your hearing is by how well developed your inner ear is.
Mm-hmm.
And the inner ear, now here's where it gets interesting, is related to balance. Like, so when you think of Qigong or Tai Chi, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all about getting into physical balance, like literally balancing your body, moving your body and having really good physical poise and balance. And so having a good sense of balance means that your inner ear is really healthy. So that's an interesting point, I think. I think the inner ear has got a lot to do with that really powerful. Does the inner ear also do noise cancellation? I think it does, huh?
Mm.
I think it's responsible for noise cancellation. Let me double check that. I believe it's the inner ear. Yeah, noise cancellation. I think it is. I hope I'm not talking cancellation. I hope I'm not talking nonsense. ER noise cancellation. Noise. Ugh. Oh, I didn't write the word inner ear. Okay. Man, my mouse is starting to really wind me up. My lazy hands and my mouse getting together and conspiring. Well, they're not telling us here. Does in-ear noise... Okay, well, anyway, this is Google for you. Google's gone like all woke on us. It's full of crap. You used to be able to put that into a Google... It would actually tell you that the inner ear does what is calculated and facilitated by the... It's a imagined sound, right? Which is the opposite of the sounds that you're hearing. So let's say you and me are having a conversation. You and I are speaking in a crowd and there's lots of other voices. The inner ear imagines all those voices and makes a negative sound equal but opposite to all of those sounds to cancel it out so that I can hear your voice. Isn't that interesting? Yeah? How like sound is got such complex nuances to it that you don't see with eyes, and your eyes are very easy to trick. Like if you put two complementary colors next to each other and you make a simple pattern with complementary colors, red and green or orange and blue or yellow and violet, you'll start to see a flashing sensation in your eyes, and the whole world will be flashing like it's a discotheque. And I mean, that's how you make flashing tablets. So, and that sensitizes you to the etheric field once again, even to the astral, depending on what colors you use. But I think like that inner ear is really the key to that astral projection. I think we're really getting somewhere there. Oh, look at that little baba. He's so beautiful, huh? It's a him, yeah? Is that a little boy?
Yes. Little
Let's
boy.
get a big.
Tiny little thing.
Do you guys have any more bits you want to throw at the table? Oh, look at those big ears.
I don't really think so.
I think that
There's
sound would have. I think you could have sound coming from light, and you could hear light potentially because it's a vibration. You just have a big enough ear.
I believe that too. I mean, I'm sure Cosmic also has experiences of that, right?
I feel like I have like a little bit of tinnitus, but my tinnitus does kind of sound like a white light, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Are you sure it's tinnitus you've got?
I mean, maybe it's tinnitus, but I definitely have some kind of like a high pitch, sort of like just like a very subtle, soft pitch. Like, I think I've always kind of had it, even when I was little. I've noticed it, but usually I don't really notice it unless I'm like directly thinking about it. But like I always perceive that as like being like very bright sounding. Like certain sounds, like high pitched sounds, seem very like bright and white, whereas very like bass tones are always very kind of like black sounding. I don't know, maybe it's different for other people, but that's kind of how I think of it. Like it's like I feel like higher pitched noises were more likely to produce white light, whereas like low pitched sounds were more produce like blackness or darkness. It's like bass or like heavier, chunkier sounding stuff definitely sounds darker, and there's other things that sound lighter. And maybe sound is kind of like that, kind of the rainbow threshold between black and white in a way, in that regard. Maybe
Yeah,
what it
'cause
is it's like if you think of like vibration as like one big spectrum, and instead of having like a spectrum of 6 colors, you have a spectrum of the 5 senses, one sense being the one that senses the most dense vibrations, and then one sense that is able to detect the least dense sort of vibrations. I think that it's almost like I guess what I'm trying to say is that when a certain sense like sound, sight, or smell reaches a certain threshold of intensity and then crosses over into a new sensory plane. So the idea is that like when light reaches a certain threshold of intensity, maybe it becomes sound, or maybe when sound becomes intense enough, it becomes light, or something like that.
that's what I've always thought. And I've thought that they're all just interplay of different qualities manifesting. So those tones and those colors are really manifesting. And when all the colors are manifesting together, we get like a white. And when there's no colors manifesting, we get like an absence of color. We call it black. And I totally get that, what you're saying. I think that's how I've always come across it. But just getting back to that tinnitus, do you sometimes have different tones? Here's an important question. Do you sometimes have, and I'm going to use this word selectively, heavier tones that you can hear as an
I
overlay?
think the tinnitus only changes if there's another sound that's interacting with it. So if it's like you're hearing music at a certain frequency, that might actually change the relationship of how the ringing in the ears can sound.
Like, for example, right now, I can hear a certain frequency. But I know what I'm hearing. I'm hearing the technology around me. And it sounds like that high-pitched sound. But then if I turn off the technology and I go outside and I look at the stars like I'll do just now, then I'll be hearing that underlying, very fine, very high frequency pitch that's quite difficult to hear. Like it's much harder to hear than this heavy, dense sound. And so I think what it is like if I start opening my Akshana chakra or my Visuddhi chakra, but specifically the Ajna chakra, if I start to open it and I just allow it to start opening, and I feel all those currents in my body like moving through my heart, and I just keep my focus there until I literally feel this thing inside my head that feels like it's spinning, then I'll start to hear that frequency. But if I'm near a computer or near technology or stuff, then I'll be hearing a denser version of that frequency. But if I go away from the machine and go to like a place where there's trees, then I'll only be hearing that very fine frequency. Like, check that out. See how it is affected when you're in front of a computer.
Yeah, it might be
doesn't it feel
different.
different?
But I also think what's kind of interesting is like hearing sounds that aren't there. I remember, going on like family car trips and playing Game Boy, the old kind of like, Game Boy with the, the 8-bit kind of bleeps and bloops. And, you play little like, 8-bit kind of chip tunes. But I would remember that when I turned the game off, I'd still be hearing those little computer bleeps and bloops. But it's like they're just very subtle. It's like you don't really hear them with your physical ears, but it's almost like I've always been kind of hit like the idea of like almost astral sounds or something that you don't really hear with your physical ear. It's just that the noise kind of implies these extra sounds, or like a kind of musical pareidolia. In the same way that people see faces in wood carvings and like faces in the cloud,
Rocks.
for example, or rocks. That's another good example. I think
Cloud.
Sound has I think there's a similar
Trees.
phenomenon. Yeah, there's a similar phenomenon.
Walls.
Yeah, there's a similar
ground,
phenomenon that
like-
happens in sound. Like when you hear
Dog
certain
fur.
noises, it's like in the same way you can see faces in the clouds. You can hear voices in the waterfall. If that's
Yeah.
kind of what I'm trying to get at. Like there's something about like when you kind of like saturate your senses. I also kind of noticed too, like even when you like visualize, when you kind of like close your eyes, like it's different depending upon if the room is light or dark. With like the back of your eyelids, like your back of your eyelids, you can still kind of detect if the room is bright or not. And I kind of incorporate that into my work. Yeah.
But have you noticed that even if you palm your eyes, so like you can palm your eyes and you palm them carefully so you make sure there's no light going in your eyes at all in a dark room,
Mm-hmm.
there's still light in your head.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So there's always light inside the head.
Yeah, it's always
And
weird.
I actually believe that it's actual light that we're seeing.
Yeah, because what else could it be?
Like,
That's like a weird
And-
concept with like, because if you think about like the idea, like, sometimes I keep my eyes like closed in the dark. Eventually I'll start to see these like yellow and purple sort of form in the back of my eyelids. And it's like, well, that light doesn't come from any like physical source, but yet I'm still experiencing it. But science says that light doesn't exist, even though I can actually feel the brightness of it,
Yeah.
So, or like even if you have like an image in your mind's eye, like those images can be bright or dark too. Sometimes an image can be very faint and in the dark, and other times it can be very, very bright and very vivid. So it's like the same rules apply in that sort of dynamic as well. So, yeah.
yeah, I've often like noticed that there's a light. Like when I turn off all the lights, and I sometimes like being in the dark. So I enjoyed earlier when the lights went off. There's this light that if you want to look up, it's there, and then when you look up, it's gone, but it's moved up. And like wherever you move your head, there's this light just above your vision line. Do you know what I'm talking about? And you try and look to see where this light's coming from. And it's like, it's just, oh, damn. Every time I look, it moves. And then you realize that that light's not physically above you, it's inside your eyelids.
Yeah, I've experienced stuff like that.
And like, you'll be thinking, like, is there a light on? No, there's no light on. Like, you're looking for the light. There isn't a light, but there's a light there. You can literally see the effects of this light. It's quite weird sometimes, because obviously when you move your head, the light moves with your head. It's moving. So, like, I definitely think that, like, that whole notion of the light in the head is something that we should be, like, really investigating. I think there's a lot more going on in the brain than what we realize. It literally lights up inside our heads, and I'm pretty sure that the pineal gland creates light, generates a field of light inside the head that we can't see, but it's there. And when you go into meditation and your eyes turn backwards, they can see that light. You're staring straight at the pineal, and it's like there's this bright, the deeper you go into meditation, the brighter that light gets, until the light's so bright that it feels like it's like a physical object in the head. So, that's quite an interesting concept. The light gets so bright you can feel it. It's like an object. Does that make sense when I speak of light as an object that you can feel?
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Like, there it is. I can feel it. It's a ball of light. But it's literally in the head. It's not off somewhere else in the astral plane. This thing, it's in the body. Anyway, guys, are there last ideas you want to throw at the table before we do a runner, as they say in London?
Not really.
I just want to say thanks to everybody, and Franklin and Cosmic, everybody in the chat, and Moonfeather for a special guest appearance. It's nice to have her back on the show today. And many blessings. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, same.
Much love to you guys. I'm sorry I wasn't here a lot of the show. Next time I'll make sure I've got my backup electricity rigged, and I'll actually start checking my phone beforehand to see if there's any expected outages. And if I do, then I'll run my currents through my backup systems like I do when I'm expecting an outage. But they really sneaked up on me. They said like 2 weeks ago we'll be getting outages, and we didn't get one. We got one day, and then we didn't get any more. I was like, oh, thank God for that. Well, they aren't sneaking up on us anymore. They're just bomb dropping us with like outages in the middle of a Saturday night, which is just great for fun, isn't it? But thank you guys. It's been an honor being with you guys for the last bit of the show. I can't wait to go and see what you guys were talking about that I missed in the earlier part of the show. Thank you all in the chat. I hope you guys got what you came for. I hope you enjoyed the show. And sending you all big love, big blessings, peace, honor, respect. Don't forget to smile, keep the dream alive. Life's short, so make every moment count. And travel on your ears. Travel on your ears while listening to the language of the birds, and the heart will find the butterfly dance. It will bring us to that point of connection within ourselves where we're able to see all the different worlds through a single lens and be able to move through all those different worlds into the deeper parts of our unconscious and the great beyond. Much love, peace, honor, and respect. Take it easy. Om Shanti. Namanarayana.
Peace out, guys.
Yeah.